7, 2022. We are still in the Lionsgate Way energy. Yes. So I start off with, this is the full moon in Aquarius. I start off with Freedom Time, Bob Marley and the Wailers. Listen to the lyrics. Children, get ready. Children, get ready. Children. Because that's what Aquarius represents, freedom. And I know that because I'm one. Freedom, freedom, freedom energy. Yes. While we honor others and their freedom. As long as everything is of the highest intent and the highest of thought, love, prosperity, your health, everything in the highest vibration. Get ready, because it's that time. Freedom talk. Freedom time. Children, get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. And if you're not ready, hold it steady, because this is what's coming in. Freedom time. Get ready and get ready, because as we are, the sun is in Leo, as this full moon is highlighting right now in Aquarius at this particular time and moment. And what does it push you through? Fire, 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 fire. Babylon just a dismantle all over the place. Yes. So I'm live streaming right now on YouTube and Instagram. So if you cannot hear me clearly, let me know. And if you think that you can go over to YouTube, you might hear me much better. Or if you're not hearing me that great, then you come over to Instagram. If Instagram cuts off, I'll try to come back on again. YouTube will keep me flowing, okay? Greetings, greetings. Let's just listen to the lyrics of what Bob Marley has been pulling through with me, because remember, his sun is in Aquarius as well. He's in Aquarius. Sun in Aquarius, just like I am. Stand up and fight it. Stand up and fight and give me freedom. Freedom. That's what Aquarius represents. Freedom. Freedom. Something you feel inside. No matter where you are, no matter what's happening around you. Move the body. Move the body. Free the body also of everything that you've held on to for so long, from centuries. Okay? That's what brings and facilitates your freedom. Yeah, man. So anyway, surprise, I'm back again. And you're like, what, Sharon? 2 days in a row? Or is it every other 2 days in a row? But anyway, I'm here again. And no matter how much what I'm feeling today, I knew that it was very essential for me to come on, because of the timeline of everything that's going on right now. I have a new equipment. I'm going to turn this down. I have a new equipment that I'm testing out. I actually got it from months ago. So I just want to know if you can hear me clearly. It has a mic and everything. It's like I have a whole studio setup thing right now. And I just want to know if you can hear me clearly. If you can, just let me know. Because now that I know, if anything happens or you can't hear me, I know that I have to push through the energy so that way everything comes through clearly. So I'm going to start out with burning and lighting the fire with. Oh, wait there. Hey, now, I'm getting the wrong one. Give me the next one. So anyway, I'm gonna light up the incense right now because that is essential. The sage. Just give me the next one. How is everybody feeling and being today? How are you being and doing today? I told you since the live that I did last, I had massive headache right here in my crown. I've been experiencing shoulder pain since last night, early this morning. I only have 4 hours sleep. Like I can't sleep. It's like I'm so wired up. So wired up, I can't begin to tell you. And I don't even feel tired. I don't even feel tired. Okay? So I don't know if you've been going through the same thing, but we are really literally upgrading so much. And so much energy is pulsating right now. It is incredible. So anyway, let me light up things in here. Wait, what is? Okay, here we go. Here we go. See fire there now. I'll make sure I said things are going, you know. Whew. Yes. So I just want to make sure everything just comes through clear as I sage through the energy, and we're giving thanks and praise for life, wonder, amazement, messages, strength. We are who we are in this space and time, and so it is. So give me one moment there. I forgot I needed to share this on another site. Whew. And just feel into everything that you are knowing, because Aquarius is knowing of what you're leaving behind, like literally leaving behind, because the portal itself is not just subjected to 8-8. It's still flowing through now. We have so much stuff that's coming through us, and especially with full moon represents the things that you're also releasing and letting go of, especially connected to your emotional state. Your emotional state, everything that connects to your emotions and what you've had with experiences from past timelines. And so we're in gratitude for the clarity that flows through us from whomever and however. And as we are bringing forth the things that we are acknowledging, because as you acknowledge the experience, you are giving it life and you're giving it awareness, because once you bring it into awareness, then you can start your healing or shifting or wherever spirit is leading you in that direction. So we're grateful now for all clarity and everything that comes through clearly, that we know in our hearts that we have the power to do it within ourselves without anything external, and that anything that we use external is facilitating everything, all comes circumstances, and so it is. So it is, and so it is, and so it is. Ashe. Okay, so usually I will start talking. Okay, everybody know when we start talking, the talking just goes on and on. I want to make sure I see. I see messages. I didn't see anyone say anything so far, so just want to make sure that we're bringing life into this time right now. What is life? Life. The flow of all things that is living, breathing, consciousness, the consciousness that is within us and the consciousness that exists outside of us, and how we see the reflection of ourselves through this consciousness, okay, in all time and space. So anyway, I have a treat for you. As usual, I have a treat for you. Before I begin speaking, I'm going to present Charlize first, because she is going to play something for you, and she's going to play her guitar. Yes, that's right, her guitar. She want me to say bass guitar. I said when it comes to her perfection, you see. So she's going to play her bass guitar because she has 4 guitars, and so she wants to let you know. So whatever she's going to play, she's going to tell you what it represents for her. And also she's going to play whatever she's produced so far. So who knows, maybe I've heard it before and maybe not. So I present Charlize. You're playing what?
I'm playing songs everybody knows.
You're playing songs everybody knows. Okay.
Maybe not everybody knows it, but
Well, say greetings to your audience.
Good evening.
Okay.
It's gonna be weird if I put on the strap. Alright. Bass guitar is much heavier than a regular guitar. Much heavier. Actually, no. I'm gonna put on the strap because it's too heavy. I hope it's turned up. I don't know if y'all can hear that. Wow, it's low enough. Alright, I'm playing anyway.
Loud enough.
It's not loud enough?
I don't think so.
Well,
because I'm barely hearing it. Is that as loud as it goes?
With that amp.
Oh, so bring the amp closer then to the.
I can't because it's plugged into the thing. Unless I plug out.
So plug it out. Plug it in over here. Can you guys hear it? Hear it at all? She's gonna bring the amp a little closer. Because when I listen to music, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. That's why you bring the amp closer?
No, the standing business is a little bit too much.
Oh, for goodness
My
sake.
shoulder's killing me.
It's not killing you. It's affecting you.
Same thing.
No, it's not.
I mean, you're feeling pain. Is that how to sound?
Well, I guess the shoulder thing must be going on because my shoulders have been hurting me all
That's
day.
Just temporarily. It's got to be at least like 15 pounds. 15 pounds. Can you see the blue in it?
Can I see what?
The blue in it?
No.
Right there? You don't see the blue?
No, man. Just go on.
It's supposed to be dark blue. So it looks black. Alright, what am I plugging out?
That.
This?
Yes.
This is your charger. Alright. Alright. Not here? What if I put it like?
Oh, for goodness sake.
Right
Come
there.
on. Okay, fine.
That's gotta be loud.
Yeah, that should be better. You can hear it better.
Okay, this is, if you don't know, it's Michael Jackson, Can't Help It. Stevie Wonder wrote it. I like it. This is the reason why I bought the guitar, because I like this song so much. let's go. What's the next song? I just got this 2 weeks ago, by the way. So this is whatever I learned so far. I don't actually fully know how to play the bass, but I'm learning. Let's see, what is the song? Oh, Bob Marley.
Stir it up.
This is one I guess a lot of people know. Let's go tonight. Share the spice of life. I don't know if you know Anderson .Paak, but this is one of my favorite songs by him. Don't shot from afar, I'm a bitch at your front door. So hard to be doing what you're really meant for, beauty. Don't make it look easy, don't make it look good. Hey, you drank up all my liquor, come on, I'm about to go off. What is it? If I get too high now, sugar, come on, I'ma never come down. Come down. You might not ever come down, nah, let me get down. You might never, ever come down. It took too long to get this high off the ground. Don't run, just stay a while. Say you might never, ever come down. It took too long to get this high off the ground. Don't run, just stay a while. This one I learned 2 days ago. Let's see if it stands the test of time. No, I didn't write it. I learned it.
Oh, okay.
It's Kendrick. King Conta.
All right.
I've got a bone to pick. I'm sitting on my throne again. I'm mad here.
Yes, we're back with the Funkadelic. Got that right.
Who knows Michael Jackson beat it?
All right.
Alright, that's all I know on the bass guitar.
So that's Charlize on her bass guitar. If anyone remembers when she was first playing the guitar she had, and she wasn't as confident in herself. But now that she's upgraded herself to 4 guitars, that means that she's really there. She's not getting there. So thank you so much, guys, for supporting.
I've always been confident. It's just when you're on camera, it's a little weird.
Peace.
You know?
Nobody with that.
It's different.
Peace and love to you too, Goddess Energy. Peace, Milana. Peace, Jenna. Let's see who's over here. Roy, PW1, Brit Mom. Okay, all right. So, I'm going to come back over.
Thank you for listening to this.
Yeah. If you have any other things that you want to say after, let's get the show on the road. And Charlize was playing some Bob Marley right there, Michael Jackson. So I really truly feel that they've been coming through also, because remember, even those that are on the other side. What?
You should have played along to the song.
But nobody would have been here because the thing is too low. So she made me forget my train of thought. No, God. Oh, I was saying something else. Oh, now I remember now. Thank you, Spirit. So what I was saying was that during this time of ascension, you might think or believe that it's just for those who are here physically on the earth plane. But as you are going through your ascension process, also the ancestors and those who are on the other side of the veil, which is really right here. It's all happening simultaneously. So I'm grateful that when they do come through, just know that they got our back. They got our back because it's that time. It's that time. So I don't know, how have you all been feeling since I was here the last time? I was saying earlier that oh my gosh, this thing is moving. I've been just like going through so much body pain in my shoulders and little slight knee pain, but everything was just all on the right side, radiating all, no matter what, I've put hot thing on it, everything like that, but still the same thing. So it's been really interesting. And headache, I had so much tension, headache in my head, so from after coming off of that last live and everything like that. So I know that there's so much intense codes that are coming through the cosmic sense, cosmic element. So this is to be expected during this time. Absolutely is to be expected. And so what I wanted to use this time to find out how you guys are doing since then as well. Tired and sore, Jenna. Wow. Yep. It is really, really intense. And it's in a good way too, but there's also some interesting things that have happened in my reality that I've been witnessing, I should say, with my 2 eyes. Excuse me. So firstly, what I realized, that there are people who are what we call skitzing out in a way, because I forgot to mention when we went to the concert to do it, Kendrick, on Sunday, when we went on the line, there was someone who was waiting online and he just literally just fell down to the ground. So we were like, is he just playing around or something, or what's going on here? So he got back up, fell back down again, and this time he landed on his face. And so I looked and I saw the police on one side and then the people who work there, whatever. So then the next thing you know, he fell down flat on his face again when he tried to get up, and this time blood was coming all out through his mouth. So I tuned in and I figured and I felt that he took some drugs or something and his body was reacting to it. And so the people he was with, though, they were just standing there looking at him, didn't even go over to say anything to help him, like, are you okay, are you all right? These are his friends that he's with. I felt they were friends, they weren't family members. And I was like, what kind of weird shit is this, I said, you have someone that you're here with. And so I felt in my spirit that they didn't want anyone to associate them with whatever he took. And so that means that anything would be an assumption that they also did the same thing. But it got so bad to the point that they had to take him in medically, and he couldn't continue to be in seeing the concert and stuff like that. And so I still realize that a lot of this, I don't want to say weird, but the things that are showing up in our reality is what is pushing out things that are not correct with the codes, and it's going to show through people acting out or doing things that's going to affect their bodies. And these triggers and things are going to continue to unfold and everything like that. I also noticed, I think it was when I was leaving from Long Island, or I was on my way. Yeah, it was afterwards. Yes, because we were going to get something to eat. And I started seeing everything to do with Atlantis, everything. And I was like, okay. So I know that this timeline, the timelines that we're in, because the reason why I'm bringing this up, because I've been observing based on watching some other videos and lives or whatever, whether it's the Instagram platform or YouTube platform. And I've been putting pieces together for the past several days. And then I realized, okay, what we are truly breaking apart even more than ever is, oh yes, Daisy, how are you? How are you being? You know, I was talking about you in the last live, and I couldn't remember. I was talking about the fasting, and I was saying that it was you that introduced me to the intermittent fasting, but I'm going to bring that up too as well. I am taking donations. I really, that for her to bring that up, because I choose to honor myself, and I'm grateful for anyone who chooses to balance out the energies for me with what I give, because that was one of the deepest wounds I had, was all the stuff that I've given of myself and never felt like as if it was reciprocated. Even if you send love to me, I appreciate that too as well. So I think I forgot to put the thing in, because I was trying to get this all together so quickly, and I didn't remember to put in the description, because it takes a lot for me to put all this stuff together. I was like, because I'm the Haman of putting everything together, but I'm thankful and grateful that I have my daughter to assist me with all of this. And of course, we still have to argue over things or whatever, you know how that goes. So, but anyway, just give me one quick second, because I want to make sure I put in the information so you can listen to the background music. Ooh, let's see. I tell you, this technology is something else. No, I'm trying to get the information, because I had copied and pasted it, and I said I was going to, and I didn't remember to do it. Okay. All right, so do me a favor, just copy and paste all of this and then put it back on the description on that side for me, all right? Okay, so I'm going to have Charlie's do it for me. So anyway, I'm going to get back to my train of thoughts, what I was saying. So that happened on Sunday, right? To do with the young man that just right in front of our faces just collapsed, right? So I don't feel he died or anything, but I felt that he took some drugs, because some people want to get high, you know, when they get ready to go see something or do something or whatever. And still, what I felt was that the effects of what he took is what interfered. And because the frequencies are so high, your body is not going to be able to process things in the normal fashion, you know, from when we were in lower vibration. That's the only best way I can word it. So that happened Sunday. So Charlize and I went to do our groceries. I didn't get to do my groceries last week, so I said I was gonna go Tuesday. So we went, and we're on the line to, you know, to come off to pay for the groceries and everything like that. This is this new supermarket that's in my area. So there was only one cashier, right? And I recognize him because I sometimes go to him. And this is a brand new supermarket, right? They moved from across the street. So all of a sudden, we just hear, this is how he sounded again. What he said? He was like, oh!
No.
What he was like,
bring the energy. We're in theater.
She goes,
oh! Okay, that was it. And we was like,
and then,
what?
so anyway, so we go around now and look around and say, what the fuck was that? And I was like, wait a minute now. What, like, is he okay? And was he on the ground? Because once he did that, I didn't see his body anymore. So he went to the ground as well. And I was like, where is he? Like, I couldn't see him. So then finally, what he did, homeboy got up and walked out of his job, okay? He just gets out of there. So what I felt was like, wow. So then the people that were standing behind me, they were like, wow, there's a lot of intensity of stuff that's going on. And so I then said to myself, wow, it is truly showing how anyone that is going through stuff right now, where they're facing either emotional pain, mental pain, finances, all these things, that this is the process of what they're having to face themselves and to heal and to shift. Or if someone is not on the wave, and if they're going against anything that is shifting in a higher state of consciousness, then they're going to skits out, and they're going to start like things are just going to start coming through them or out of them or something to that effect. So I realized that this is increasing, because even so, it was so sad for me to read a few articles that should pop up on not actual physical paper, but coming through notification, that there are some families, like the father killed his children, committed suicide, killed himself, mental breakdowns. And then a mother, she killed her children, all because of stuff that's happening in their lives, and because they're not healing. And then sometimes in some cases, it's just these dark energies are pulsating through them. And so now what happens is they're just like, that's it. Some of them are just gone. And it was so sad to know that most of them, what they're doing is they're putting this live on Facebook and Instagram and all these kind of things. So even though it's going to be labeled as mental illnesses, and or someone might be classified as ADHD and stuff like that, again, it has to do with all of the unconscious programming and the unconscious parts of ourselves. I'm not claiming that myself, but the unconscious parts of anyone's self, where they are not healing, they're not looking at the things that has been affected them, especially connected to the inner child. And then we're also speaking about ancestral stuff too. There's also ancestral stuff coming up, because remember I said when I was at the venue in Long Island, I noticed the energy there did not feel good, because I felt this energy of that racism or enslavement, slavery time, the masters, and people who performed there, and just that type of energy. And so I felt like I had to transmute the energy while I was there, because I really didn't want to go back a second time, because I was very tired over the weekend. But I felt like I was supposed to go, and now I know why I was supposed to go. So again, whenever these types of heavy energies come in and these types of things, we're going to see more and more of this. I just want to let you know. And I noticed how people are acting out, and some are taking it to the extreme. Even the animals, I forgot to mention that on the last live. The animals are attacking on people. Like, I've saved about 7 articles of animals that have been eating people, attacking on people, monkeys attacking children. I believe it's in India, if I'm not mistaken. And they've been trying to capture them. Lions eating people, cougar chasing a guy on a bike in India, especially in India. And I realized that the reason I felt that all of that energy is in India, because there's a lot of energies that have been embedded there. Because remember, every region where you are, okay, there has been some type of darkness that existed there, that has been unresolved issues. And so it's going to appear as things that are just acting out, killing, murdering, chopping. Even sharks are starting to attack. Somebody lost their arm, but one person was an idiot. Like, he went and put his hand in the water with his child right there. I don't know what he was trying to do with the shark, and the shark bit off his finger. I'm like, you dummy. Like, I have to say it just like it is, because that's dumb. Like, why would you try to pet a shark or something in the water? So anyway, so that's what I saw, and I was like, wow, so much energy of things attacking. And so what I feel like too is it reminds me of the movie Venom, the first Venom, the one with Spider-Man, and when the bell was tolling where the church was, and when the bell tolled ring, the venom was just coming out, that dark goo type of energy. So because of so much of this photon energy that's pulsating on the planet, it's literally pushing out so much of the darkness and so much of the things that have been beneath earth. Because remember that there are beings that are beneath the earth. There are energies that are beneath the earth. So I know a lot of times we focus on what's happening planetary, but there are energies and frequencies of things that are happening beneath the earth as well. Okay. And I feel too, it's so important what Spirit showed me. Someone that contacted me yesterday and sent me something to do with grounding on the earth. And a lot of times I say to myself, gosh, I got to get my feet on the ground. I got to go on the grass outside. And I get so caught up because the time is speeding up so quickly. And I feel at this time it's imperative to really set your foot on the ground as much as possible. And it's not only because you're grounding with the earth, but because your body carries codes to what is splitting up so much of the energies that have been stagnant, that have kept us stagnant, that has been controlling and manipulating and all of that. Okay, be mindful of where your thoughts are, because everything is speeding up so quickly. As you think the thought, it's gonna start moving into action, and then it starts to culminate and show up in your reality. So the other thing too is listen to where you're being led to go and to be, again in terms of your body, because you may be saying, why am I going to this place, or why am I, because again your body carries codes and frequencies to things that are shifting and coming into alignment. Okay, and it also includes especially if you have a divine counterpart, even if you're not physically near them or with them, it's still happening simultaneously. You could be on one side of the earth and the other side of the earth existence. It's still moving together in frequency of everything that is having to dismantle and come back together. And so remember, it's happening simultaneously at the same time. So if you find yourself not being able to sleep, like I said, I only got like 3 hours sleep today. Like, and you don't see no bags under my eyes. And I don't feel tired. But then at the same time, it's like I want to sleep, but then I can't sleep, but I'm not tired. So it's all these different things, and then trying to process through the shoulder pain and all that stuff. No matter how many times I put the thing on my shoulder, it doesn't matter. So, I feel like a lot of things that are tied to Atlantis, if you remember. Huh?
You will not believe this.
What?
I'm eating a clam and a pearl comes out of it.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good luck. So one of the things that was shown to me is that grid that existed during Atlantis. Remember, it's a very powerful grid that existed at that time. Remember, during that time of Atlantis, there was also existence of time before then as well. So we were in that golden time frame where everything was golden. Everything was in its purest form. We had bountiful amount of everything. We're wealthy. What they said, I saying healthy, wealthy, wise, right? So when the true nature and the true currency, this true spiritual currency is feeling healthy within yourself, strong within yourself, as well as you're also culminating the desires of your heart. So that means that you're also in a space where everything is in an abundant flow for you. And so, of course, what happened, everything started to split and descend in consciousness, as well as the split that happened with the pairs, as well as the grid itself had to be closed off and certain things had to be protected because the, the other side went against source. And so this is where things had to cut off. But there were some of us who knew what was coming and we left before things got worse. And so what happened is we already have the divine DNA imprint, blueprint within your soul, within your spirit, connecting to your beloved. And these divine codes itself had to be protected. And so this time frame, if we go back to, I'm not going to go back too far, but back to where we had the summer solstice, which was the balance of night and day, right? As it has been said or written and so forth. And so Spirit had kept showing me, I think I did talk about it in one of the voice segments, not the actual video segment, where everything that's moving in the cycles, because remember each cycle I believe is about 2,500 or 2,800 years. I'm not sure the exact number. We have the age of Taurus, the age of Pisces, the age of the, oh my God, what they call it, the bull. I think it's a Taurus, not Taurus. There's another age before that. I can't remember the name. But either way, as we're ascending and moving through from the age of Pisces, and again, the age of Aquarius is already here. And you can feel it because it's about everything that's coming together with the tribe and collectively to who we are, who we were, especially the connectivity of the pairs, okay? And the 144,000, which is the code that you would know not because someone told you, or maybe you heard it, or maybe you saw it, and so on and so forth, to activate you, and as well as the triggers that you have to push through. And also, in most cases, you had to go back in time through the experiences you had in this lifetime by recreating these experiences that your soul brings to you, so that way it triggers your awakening, and also for you to put those pieces together, because that's the way the codes are going to come out of you. That's the way it's going to be made aware for you, because you have to go through what I've said before, the experiences you call negative, and the trauma, and all these things, all that stuff, right? So in some cases, there were some who were caught up in the mental space. So when we went through the node of Gemini, the North Node in Gemini, I don't remember when it started, but I know it ended, I believe it was late last year into early this year. And so that had to do with the things we had to look deeply within ourselves when it comes to communication, information, how it's processed, how we receive it, how we give it, right? How it moves us forward in a collective sense as well, right? And the opposite to that, of course, with Sagittarius is the belief systems and all that stuff, because there was all this where the axis, when I had done that chart thing where I talk about how when it's going through a spiral, everything is moving now in an alternate, like the way how they call it inverse, but it's moving back into the place where it was before. So when you're moving back to the place where you were before, that means you're going to repeat the cycles of the things that you need to experience to go back into it from the beginning. And when we always say the way to is through. So it's like the cycles of everything is going to turn around, right? This is what we call karmic cycles, okay? And so all of the eclipses we've had, where we've had the eclipse in Taurus, and I believe there was an eclipse in Sagittarius, we had eclipses in Gemini. So, and everything to do with eclipsing is what leaves you, what is moving out and through you, okay? It has to be through, because if it's not through, it's going to store within you. And a lot of times we took on a lot of these energies, and when we transition out of here, came back in again. So I'm explaining this to you because when the solstice came in, what happened is it shifted us into what we call a full pole reversal. Because I had taken these notes from, I said I had notes from I think it was 7-8 months ago, but I wasn't coming on live or anything, but I was still taking some notes. And it has to do with the pole reversals, right? And the shifts that happen. So even when we had the solstice, that represented the polar shift, a part of the polar shift. So in other words, however date and time we can put when the age of Pisces began, which of course when Yeshua was roaming the planet, he was on the planet, and he was bringing in the Christ consciousness in the physical, and he was the only one with Mary Magdalene, and I believe there might have been one or two of his disciples that did too, because you know that those minions are not going to want to make it seem like as if there was anything on the earth that would have represented that much of the Christ, because they twisted it up and put it into stories as if it's something you're supposed to worship and, drink blood, the blood of Christ and all these things, I've just had so much information come through to me with all the rituals and everything that started with Constantine and Caesar de Borgia, that he was the one that they showed as being what they call Jesus, and there really isn't a Jesus with J, it's Yeshua. So I'm aware of all of that and organically what was shown to me. And so that cycle itself has split right at the solstice, June 21st, 2022. Always remember that the number sequences are going to be constantly the guidepost to everything that's moving geometrically throughout all time and existence, okay? So, with me as Aquarius, I'm just going to bring it so cosmically that we have to always see the bigger picture. Always complete the circle, because if you just go one-sided with it, you stay stuck, and then the fear stuff comes in and all the other things to bring in confusion. So as we move through the center, because when I thought about it with the solstice, it felt like there was something coming to center. It's almost like when you're moving, or you're going up to a part of the bridge, right? And once you get to a certain part of the bridge, to get to the other side, right, you're going to cross over to it, and once you get over to the other side of the bridge, you're on another side of that level of land, or so on and so forth. So when I think about the solstice energies, it was something that was bringing in the true sequential codes that existed with the pairs, as well as everything that is finally going to show up faster in the physical reality of what must break down. Point blank, what's breaking down. And so even when I saw something was posted, I did post it on Instagram. If you're not following me on Instagram, I highly suggest you do, because a lot of times I try to put out, when Spirit pushes me to put out certain things, just to give an idea. And anything that I post, trust me, anything I post, it is all flowing through Spirit. It's like a lot of times things that I post, I'm like, wow, it lined up with something else that happened 2 hours ago, because it's all synchronizing. It's all coming together like pieces to that puzzle. Okay. And so when we think about the center from June 21st, now what happens is we're in the time where that sun that hits on Leo, when you talk about courage, moving forward, Aquarius, the collective, how we move forward as a tribe, how we had worked through, most of us had worked through so much of that healing process we had to go through the feminine energy. Because like I said, when I had that dream back in 2000, early 2015, I think that time I didn't even know I was on a twin soul path. And the dream I had was the 12, it was like the 12 disciples, and it was all melanated beings were all around the table. And I just heard the voice of God speak to me saying, it's time. And so the first thing that was shown to me was that the feminine, the divine feminine, sacred feminine must rise first to her power. So remember, it's an energy, it's a power, and it relates and connects to the cosmic element of mother and the earthly essence of mother. Okay. And so as she moves through her frequency of what she's releasing, because she's also had to release, I would say, the connection to her own creation of what she created. And you know, like how sometimes you can, how do you say, like you make a batch of cookies and you have a bad batch, and you have a batch that didn't come out as great as you wanted it to. And so, but you still give yourself a pat on the back and appreciate what you did create, but still didn't come out the way you wanted to. And I look at it that way in terms of her creation. And so the love that Mother Gaia, God, Mother, Father, God, however you call that, that eternal intelligence, I call it, and high state of love, because it's so pure and it's so divine. It's not something you can explain in words, because it's what you feel. You feel it in your heart. Once your heart is open and you feel the essence and the presence of that love, you know the truth. And so those I feel that do not hear the truth, I feel that it's because they're not open to receiving love as yet. They still feel they don't deserve it. And so everything that you receive in terms of messages, information, all that stuff, stay on that path and stay on that truth with it. Because in this time, there are people who are still processing their stuff. Yes, they are. And so as they're processing their stuff, you might take in things that don't really resonate with you, but it doesn't necessarily mean you cut them off, because sometimes there's still information they may give to you that's still going to either strengthen you, or it's going to give something more to you to add to your own personal path, and or whether it involves healing or not. And it's like when they say, don't throw out the whole bath with the baby in there, don't throw out the whole water with the baby in there, because this is the reason why we've looped so many times with so many things, because a lot of people, they turn their nose and turn themselves away from the things that they could receive, which is what feminine energy is receiving. And so the feminine energy, of course, has been so suppressed and so buried as if it's non-existent, that everything is him. Oh, our Father. There's no, I change it. I say our Father, Mother. I say our Mother, Father. I say our Mother. And I give thanks and praise to the Most High through the energy of Mother, because when I started out on my process, I was stomping my feet all around the house talking about Mother, Godmother. Everything was coming through, and my body was being used to bring through all the codes, speaking in ancient languages and everything like that. And it doesn't mean I wasn't connected to my masculine energy, because I sure was. But the thing is that there was so much that we've had to do for the past several years. Some have awakened since, I would say, or if it's not the word awakening, then remembering of yourself. I would say the cycle from 2011, 12, 13, 14. So many of us has been different times. So there are some on the earth right now that are just beginning to awaken to their path, or they're just beginning, because everybody couldn't go through everything all at the same time. Can you imagine what that would have been like? Can you imagine if everybody, what? Oh my goodness. So just know that the intelligence itself knows what to do. It's already written. It's already known what comes next. Okay? And I feel that even if anything would have been sort of like an experiment, it's not any longer. It's already been set in stone to the stages that we're at right now in terms of where we are planetary in grounding new earth. Because everything that is moving through this process of the full moon in Aquarius, again, is that representation of the self and the tribe, the self and the family, right? Because remember, everything had occurred during that the fall in during Atlantis was the separation of family. When you are connecting to yourself or your family or a family unit, you gain what? Strength and power. If it's separate and it's broken and enslaved and traumatized and it's split, everything around you is going to split. Everything around you is not going to work out. And it's going to feel like it is a lonely path, and it's going to feel destructive. And sometimes people become destructive. And sometimes people use their children, they use their bodies or something to try to force things on in how they want it to be because of the trauma that they have. But we know already, if you don't heal, continue to heal those wounds. It's so important for you. If you're not able to even understand yourself and what's going on, you don't have to do it all in one take. Take it one step at a time. I say one of the best things you can do, I said this to someone I read for today, record yourself, record your feelings and thoughts, let it out. Anything that comes in, it's important for it to come out, because if you don't let it out, what happens? It builds up into matter. It builds up into some type of substance, okay? And if that substance itself is not broken down and released, then what happens? It can become very toxic for you. So what we've been doing, and I say we because it's not just, and I don't mean all of we, but even the ones who are not even aware in the we sense, is breaking down where the trauma occurred with splitting and separating from our true tribe, our true love, okay? And when I say true love, whether or not it's attached to being a twin flame, twin soul, higher soul path, soul mate, okay? Because everyone can be our soulmate, but I'm talking about the higher consciousness of supreme majesty love, okay? The highest invigorating form of love that comes together with that power. And so it's like we had to recreate. We did it. We're doing this. Recreate the cycle of that karmic return during all those eclipses and all that stuff. And that karmic return itself is where we went to the middle finally during the solstice. Now we're propelling, accelerating to where, because all of that breakdown has happened, because remember, the way things happen with things breaking down, it started with the mind. The mind in how you see things, how you perceive things, the projections, the trauma bonding, like someone says something and then you just run with it, and then all of a sudden your mind says, I guess that's true because they said that. And so if you're not at peace with yourself and your mind is not right, then of course you're going to attach to someone else and what they say, and therefore you're not as sovereign as you think. And so what happened is, during the time of Atlantis time frame and other time frames, but especially that golden time frame, is where the minds were deeply controlled, and the separation brought so much pain to our hearts, a lot of pain. And when the heart is in pain and the heart breaks down, then what happens is usually you'll just leave the body because of that trauma of the heart being separated. And you'll usually start to cry, usually will start to feel that pain, and then it starts to take control over your life because of feeling that pain in your heart. If you've ever or not ever looked it up before, there are people who have transitioned and died from heart attacks because of heart failures, because of heartache, and the trauma that's associated with the vessel of the heart, okay? Because everything that occurs for you that connects to your body, because your heart itself, even going beyond the chakras, your heart represents an organ that connects to the higher consciousness of love. And if it's not pure, if it's corrupted, if it's in pain, if it's in hatred, if it's in deep anger, that's a block for you. And if you have that block, you're not able to be open to the receptivity of the cosmic mother, to the love that you truly feel, because the true love of a mother comes through from those energies, not just your physical birth mother. Okay. And that's why I said when the time comes, because the states, divided states of America, because I truly feel they're going to be dividing in different states. So it's just coming, because everything to how things formed, regardless of what timeline it was, with who, what, where, when. Okay, because we know, as far as the indigenous people, that they created this false illusion of what the value of money is, and the currency, the true currency is you. Okay, so the creation of the paper money and all that stuff wasn't the true wealth, because the true wealth is the resources, and you come from and emanate from and through the resources of earth. And so when you are connecting to these resources itself, that's how you become wealthy. But if you're only attached to the physical things that have been created, that has caused strife and pain and suffering, indifferences, imbalances, greed, and overtaking of power and all these stuff, enslavement, because money has been used for that too, sexual enslavement too as well, everything that's been connected. And I'm not saying that money is bad. I'm just saying that how it was created in the beginning is that we allowed ourselves to be duped into, when everything came through from the European Roman Empire, was saying, hey, let's just rape and rob you and create a thing that the paper money doesn't count unless you have gold. And they steal all the gold, and all the people who had gold in the bank and stuff like that, they took the gold and they lost, right? But again, we allowed it to happen. You see, because the only way you're going to know yourself is what? When you see what you have created and what we have done, because we separated ourselves as a tribe. Okay? Because sometimes we had what we call the enemies in the camp, and the ones who became greedy and wanted to take and take and take. So all of these things are in reverse now, because Spirit showed me, which I recorded in the book, that the things that are going to matter and what's going to count is the currency, the spiritual currency, of how we connect together as a tribe. Okay? I know that it's not everything that's going to go away. So there's no need for people. There's some certain people that I notice, they argue over this is that, and that's not going to happen, and oh, this is the devil, and this and that. And I'm saying, please center yourself and use intelligence. Okay, in the moment, as we're transitioning, I call it transitioning, right, from where things count as far as value, in terms of the physical value of money, gold, copper, silver, all of these things, right? All of these things are going to count depending on where we place it for ourselves, where we put the value. We don't need the other side's permission to where we place the value within our own communities and how we're rebuilding. I did a segment on something called rebuilding a conscious community, because it's about being conscious. It's consciousness. Everything's going to be about consciousness. It always has been. It's not like, oh, you're in a room and I think of, the control for the music, and it's still consciousness. There's something that's moving through elements of atoms and some type of energy field to make it happen to me, because there's a connection that I have to it, just as much as I have the connection to food and stuff like that, right? And the value we place on the things that we create and how we're creating, and the technology and the advancement of things and how we do things, right? So we move in that flow. So what's coming back now is the reverse cycle of where the paper money is going to go away. Like, I really feel it is. It's already started happening, because when I go places now, they're not accepting cash. It says cashless. Of course, most of that culminated more once COVID came in, I'm going to say the word. And when that came in, they decided they didn't want to touch anything that anybody, because of germs or whatever, right? Because you know that the C thing is based on your immune system. It's your immune system. If you were affected by it, I was affected by it, even though when I took the test, it didn't show it, that's what it was. but I knew that I was going through another spiritual transformation. I knew I was going through another upgrade. I had to allow my body to adapt to whatever it was that was in me, where instead of the AI or the frequency of what created the C thing, and whether it was in the lab or whatever the heck it was, okay? It was still on purpose, because that way now my body assimilated whatever they were, or whatever was trying to take me over. But instead, you are integrating everything that you have had to push out, right? In terms of how you're feeling, because remember, energy cannot be destroyed. It be transmuted into something else. So you will transmute whatever it is your body is needing to transmute, and we're the ones that's going through the upgrade cycle now of everything that represents love, everything that represents wealth, everything that represents your true inner power, right? Where the lion energy is also about your power, right? And your inner power, your individual you. And then as the cycle is continuing with all of that type, these upgrades and downloads and all these type of things, what happens is that everything else in your reality is going to break down. So in other words, anything that has been sort of not of the highest good, the highest level, and it's just mediocre, or it's something that was affecting you, we're not going to have to go through cycles of where, oh, everything's working great, and all of a sudden it just changes, and then it just goes right back into the negative cycle. Because remember, everything is going to keep moving in a polarity for you, okay? You're going to have the positive and the negative, just like the battery. Because when the battery is going to work for anything that you use as an instrument or flashlight, whatever, it's going to keep moving in that spiral. It's going to keep pulling with each other like a magnet. It's automatic, because you are the magnet. You're the magnet on the positive and the negative side, the dark and the light. It's just the way it goes. That's the way it flows. That's the way it is. So when the solstice came in, now you were moving even greater to that balance. And that's the reason why when you incarnated with representing all of the, the elements of fire, water, earth, and air. So it moves and it integrates into each process. And so if you have a divine counterpart, your twin soul, that reflects back and mirrors to you, you're going to keep reflecting, pulling, and pushing, until as one becomes more centered in itself, the other one is automatically. The moment you're wondering, hey, I'm here and they're there and you're here, what's going on? It's the same. But different, it's the same but different. You're in pain, she's in pain. You're in joy, he becomes in joy. It reflects back, okay? You have stuff going on with your family, she or she has stuff going on with the family. You did something with a job, that's the way it works, okay? I've seen it for my own two yai, where I saw the reflection of myself, okay? Even with my children. Oh yeah. Because the moment I say blah, 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 I'm like, damn, look at me. Look at me and all these spectrums of light and dark and the reflection, when I share this because my son, Brandon, is downstairs. That's my fourth son. Even though he's 21. And I got a 24-year-old Damon. Still have to talk for them to clean the room. Still got to talk. Still have to talk, okay? It could smell as frowsy as ever. And I'm like, what? The Ross. No, can't just keep. And I'm like, and I get really tight sometimes, because another thing that's important, keep your energy clean where you are. The reason I say that, because I'm glad Spirit reminded me of that. That's why they're bringing me to that. Because I'm not afraid to talk about anything at all. Is because it's a reflection of you, and it's also what you're pulling into your reality. So if your space needs to be cleared out, clear it out. If you have junk in the corner and stuff like that, and you feel like, you know what, something just feels, look at your space. Look at your space in your bedroom, where you work, whatever. If there's certain things that need to go, just let it go and release it out, okay? Clean the room, clean the bathroom, clean. This is a very Very important time to be clean. If you have to even take a shower twice a day, you do that. Ladies, get going with the Yonis and those womb cleansing and anything that you've been attached to in terms of past relationships, current relationships, situationships. Very important in this time, because if you, I'm saying in general now, say for instance, you're trying to create, you know, your career, right? Just give an example. Or you're trying to create something to prosper within yourself, but you're nasty. And you're not clean yourself, you're not smell yourself, and you're just going, how can you possibly think that you're going to magnify something? It's not going to work anymore. So in the past, when things was dirty and filthy, or you're not paying attention to certain things, it is not holding. It's going to dissipate itself. It's going to fall apart. It's not going to sustain on the earth. Because remember, in the highest vibration of everything was in its perfection, okay, as what we call perfection. Cleansiness everywhere. There's no junky things all over the place, and you know, I don't know how people can live like that. Like I can. Like I'm a neat freak. Like even if, like, I don't get to clean every day, but I know that after a while it gets to me. Like I'll see something like for 3-4 days, and I'm like, that's enough. That's just me. That's my personality. And again, I tell my children, it reflects on me if I have one side of the house is all nice and clean, but then the other side is nasty and smelly. It's like, it just gets to me, you know? And there's a reason why, because there were things that happen with these minions when they attack on you. It's just like with sexual transmitted disease and stuff, because people would just sleep with each other. They don't clean themselves. They're touching themselves. Like I was up, like, I'm going to be graphic now. I couldn't believe that I saw some, but then again, what can I say? Because with human beings, there's anything is possible what they do. I couldn't believe them have something called with women that are literally sticking their fingers in their vagina. I'm not talking about that part being disgusting, and putting that on their neck as perfume, because that's how they're going to attract the love of their life. Can you imagine? Like as if it's perfume. And this is the reason why we have to be conscious of how we got to keep our hands clean. And if you eat from someone, you got to know who they're about, because people are doing things and making up things that it just boggles the mind. And these are the energies that are showing up now with people doing the most outrageous things, right? That you would never dream and think of. And this is how diseases and germs and stuff spread, and they're not even giving it a thought. And even though they said, oh, don't do this if you're having infections and don't that, you really think that people care whether they're spreading infection? You know how much time I go to the public bathroom? I mean, watching them, and these motherfuckers still don't wash their hands. They still don't wash their hands. And some of them did number 2. So again, even with the C thing, them have a mask on their face, in the bathroom, but they don't wash their ass hand. What does that make any sense? You're still carrying germs anyway, and it's stupid. And even when you put the thing on your face, you're still blocking, and you're bringing back the same effect of things that's not only coming from the mask, but also that's coming from within your body. You know what I mean? And it's just, to me, it's just unintelligent. So anyway, these things existed when I think about certain people that don't bathe. They don't bathe at all, and all they do is put on other stuff, and these are the things that attracts lower levels of consciousness. Oh, I'm thinking that with the lower levels of consciousness, and it attracts hold on one second for me. My lighting died. And it attracts negative things, is what we say, into your energy field. It does. Okay? Smell yourself. Like really smell yourself, clean yourself, wash your hair, do these types of things, because it's imperative. And it's not something anybody should have to tell you, because to me, I think it's automatic that you would know how everything that you do, everything that you have around you reflects back to you. Okay? If I can understand, of course, if you're not well and it's different, that's different. But what I was going to get back to do with my son was, I was amazed. He came to me and said, Mommy, did you see my room? I cleaned the room. And I'm like, no, I didn't look in there, but he's never done that. So I'm not gonna say it's because I didn't say anything to him, because I told him, I said, I was so glad too that the weather, it's warm in New York, but it's not humid. But it was very humid for like 4 or 5 days, and I had to run the AC because it was intensely hot. And I said to Spirit, I said, you know what? I'm tired of the AC now, and I want to open the window, I want to feel the fresh air coming. And that's what I have going on right now. I have the fresh air coming, and it's still warm temperatures. It's like the reading thing says 86 degrees in the room where I am right now. But it's warm and comfortable. It feels more like tropical type of energy, right? It's like a feeling of paradise. And that's what we're recreating where we are, is a feeling of paradise. Even if you're not experiencing it now, because if you're in the southern hemisphere, eventually, again, this is what's coming through, is the Earth's polarity is shifting in terms of the temperature, in terms of the climate. It's, me not gonna use no word about climate shift. This is about the Earth changes. This is about the changes within you that connects to Earth and grounding that frequency within yourself. Okay, and being more aware of it and what it's not only doing for you, but also those who are around you, those who you're connecting to. Okay, because it's all about connection. There's no more no walking around blindly. Also, like, yes, you're staying in your own lane. You are aware of yourself. You are conscious. It's almost like watching a movie, a scary movie. I don't watch them too much. Can't you feel that person, individual behind you? Can't you sense something? And this is where we have to awaken your senses, like really awaken your senses and observe everything around you without having to look. It's like having tentacles everywhere, okay? And this is a part of ourselves and how we connect in the animalistic way, because animals sense things. They can stay afar. You ever seen like some of those camouflage type of insects where they see you and you're really wondering, how the heck did they see me? Because these are the parts of the substance we connect to. They're your totems, whether it's the alligator, crocodile, the bird, the lion, the cougar, all of these things. It's that nature, the nature that you have, the nature within you that senses and knows when it's time to do this and time to do that. But if you allow yourself to be caught up constantly in the system, okay, which, yes, sometimes we're in the system because we got to do this, we got to do that. Not saying to do away with it completely. And some of us are also in place in how we're revamping the system. So don't, condemn someone who does work for government or police or this or that or that. You know what I mean? Because we are the ones that are chosen to come in and infiltrate and shift and change all the energy that's around to bring it to the correct code sequence. Okay, so I go back again to the middle. Remember, it's the middle of the year, right? Because they put the calendar to slow things down. Time was just meant to slow things down. As far as I'm concerned, there is no existence of time, because right now it's almost Friday again. Like I was like, didn't I just have Friday? Didn't I just go to the concert last Friday? It's like, it's just amazing how the time, because there's no time, but then there's enough time for everything, because everything is happening now. Everything's happening now. And so we're bringing it back to front and center in all of the things that existed before. It's not necessarily going to be exactly the same, because it's enhancing, right? And when I say enhancing, I'm talking about things that are activating within your DNA, the things that are coming through as far as your memory of your higher galactic self. Because when you start channeling, and not just channeling, I would say embodying, let me say the correct word. When you're embodying your true self, you're going to be connecting on so many multi-dimensional levels that it's almost like, again, you're walking like a giant, and you're like that stored energy like a computer, okay? And and as you are moving through all of that, you're going to be feeling the changes and wondering, maybe when it's going to come and take it away, or if it's going to change and stuff. And I'm telling you, Spirit is showing me no, because of the polar changes and the shifts. So it's like the cycle, like what was written in scriptures, 1,000 year is over now for the other side. So now we are now in the space where we're recreating ourselves and the existence of ourselves that's still happening from 6,000, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. You know, we lived for, how do I say it, like 90,000 years. There was no death at 70, none of that. So everything that has been recycling and cycling and cycling and cycling, excuse me, let me just drink some water, please, please, please. We've been recycling and cycling through everything. And so that polar shift now is bringing in more of the cosmic element, which is what we always wanted, is to have the essence of the cosmic you that is walking on the physical plane in this dimension, but also being knowing yourself in the higher dimensions at the same time, because it's made conscious. You are aware. It's not that it was never there, it was always there, but because of all of the stress of feeling disempowered and feeling enslaved, and then you got to go to work, you got to cook dinner, you got to take the kids, you got to do that. There's always something to distract, always something that tries to try. Let me say try to. 1 second. So I can pause my my voice. Oh. Okay, greetings, Queen Dara. Self-love is first. Greetings to you too. I'm so glad you guys are communicating with each other. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, Goddess Energy says, he says, yes, to have to be mentioned. Ray Charles, last time your coworker just randomly put in some Ray Charles. I was like, see? I'm telling you, when you see those confirmations, because I'm telling you, when I was in that place at the, whatever that center was, and I said, oh my gosh, this feels like what Ray Charles went through when the guy told him you can do something. And he was like, no, you know, I'm supposed to perform this and that. And then the man said, see, you nigger, you can't do anything about it. So go about your business, whatever, this rude ass self. And once Ray Charles heard that, that snapped him like a rubber band. He's like, okay, no more. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. He said, no more segregation. No more am I participating, because what we're doing is we are following our hearts with being in integrity with what we do. So if a relationship, again, if it's a working relationship, if it's a love relationship, anything that does not feel right and balanced and the highest and best for everyone involved. Okay, and when I say everyone involved, that means that if you're doing something and you have something that's going to affect someone else, and you know it's going to affect, and you still do it anyway, you're not going to be allowed on the earth anymore. It's just done. Okay, it's over. It's over. That's it. And you can't hide either, because everyone is being exposed for where their thoughts are. It's the thoughts are showing up everywhere in this reality, because it's not hidden. It can't be hidden, because the karmic law is that, and the spiritual law is that this is the time everything must be revealed. That's why this is the great revelations time. This is the revelations, what has been written, and it is now in its existence in this physical reality. And so with Ray Charles now, when I thought that thought, I kid you not. When I say I kid you not, we were looking for the room, not the room, but the area for the seating of 111. I turned the corner. What do I see? A picture of Ray Charles. You can't make this shit up. And I was like, rotted. But we were rushing because most of the time was gone because of the guy. Because remember, no, I didn't mention to you the last live, all of the different things that was going on. The guy dropped down right in front of us, right? With whatever drugs he was on. Then the issue with them arguing with me to take my bag when my bag wasn't more than 12 inches, whatever. And I had to end up taking out my stuff because I said I wasn't going to want to leave my stuff there. Then on top of that, when we find the 111, the guy's like, what do you want? What do you want? I'm like, what do you mean, but what do you want? I said, what do you think we're here for? So he was being rude just because of the color of our skin. I already knew that. But when he said that, I wasn't up front in the beginning of where the curtain was. It was Charlize and Damon. And look, you see, I never needed up front because I said something worse, you see? because in this time, I don't just tolerate anybody talking to me any way they feel like it, especially when you sound unintelligent. You know what I mean? And trying to act like you're more like you're so intelligent, but at the same time you make yourself look and sound stupid because you want to feel important. So that's what happened with people, is they get attached to their titles and labels, and they think that they are better than someone else in terms of that label, right? And so the new earth is where everyone, we're not necessarily on the same level, but we give honor to one another with how we greet and interact and are conscious and aware. Because if I have and I know you don't have, right? If I know I have it, I'm going to give you to, because I know it's going to come back, because that is how the energy flows. There's enough of everything to go around. When I went through what I went through with the light and gas company, tried for tea from me, and the water company, and I'm like, why should I pay for water and stuff like that? And I said to God, I said, you know what? I know that if and when the time comes, if I know, I will definitely set up a foundation to make sure that no one has to go through this, because it is ridiculous. When the man tell me, say how they're trained to not have a heart. That's the word he used. He said, we're when he turned off my light for $10. Not $10. That time I think it was another small amount. Okay. And I was supposed to go through that experience because I was supposed to talk about it. I was supposed to talk about where we allowed. I'm not going to say what they do to us, because if you leave it one-sided, then that's where it's going to stay one-sided. So it's like we allowed for ourselves to be taken these fancy words and fancy bills and paperwork, because that's the main thing. That's where the destructive start, is the paperwork foolishness. They're going to take up a whole do land survey and take land and say they own the land when this land was here before you were even existing in the physical plane. Lands that were taken over by the tribes and who turned against each other. So I'm just reminding us of that. So we don't have to keep saying someone did it to us. We did it to ourselves, and it was still on purpose. So now the reverse is that everything will be restored. And we have to understand and understand that the restoration is not only ourselves, it is also the ancestral realm. It is those who have existed before, above, and beyond. And so they are at hand with what flows through you and what comes through for those who have either transitioned or those who are still here or about to transition. Everything must come correct. Everything must come into balance. Everything must be in that place now of harmony and peace. And peace is not something that you're responsible for someone else, but you are responsible for yourself in how you are emanating and reflecting that peace within you. And so the way you go about finding that peace for yourself is, number one, facing yourself. You got to face yourself. You got to face yourself 1,000,000 times over. Okay? And whatever it is that you need to face, bring it into awareness. You don't have to necessarily do anything fancy and jump up and down and, yes, we use the crystals, the salts, and the music and all that stuff. But remember, the true power is going to be with you without any tools at all. When I did the drums, I was so ecstatic that Spirit brought that to me, because I was supposed to connect through to my ancestors with the drums, and also the animal that also participated, because even the animal itself that was used to make the drum was already in agreement that it was going to connect to me at the moment in time that I did, bringing back something within me, within my own power, right? I didn't, not because I was looking to become empowered with it. All I heard was, you need to get it. And I'm like, okay. And did I have any idea which one to get? Nope. I just let Spirit guide me, and I just started researching and everything I thought about. And I didn't want to get a big one, and I ended up getting, guess what? It was a 20-inch. And then I thought about it, and I said, you know why it's 20-inch? Because we're in 2020. 20s, twos, vibration, balance. 2 and the 2 2022. Okay? This is the time, the year, the moment of what comes into balance. So I go back again to the solstice. What has been, when I think of solstice, I think about the stomach region. I think about, again, your solar plexus. What is coming into that balance for you and you and you and you and you. It's all that collective energy. Like it's all, and it's in a row. You know, I think all these pens. It's in a row. It's one after the other. And if you remember in the Matrix, when Neo finally accepted that he was the one, and then when he looked, he was facing was it Mr. Smith? I don't remember his name, whatever his name is. And there were all these Mr. Smiths, and they're all you. So what Neo was facing was actually himself, because if you watch the most recent Matrix, he actually wrote the program to face himself. So he had to face all of himself in the adversary. Because again, I say the way you know yourself, truly know yourself, is you must face your adversary. You must face the adverse effect that you place upon yourself in order to know yourself. And now you are witness to who you are in this time, because now the greater powers are restoring the effect of it turning around, I should say, when they call it, it's turning around, where it's going back into the spin cycle in the opposite direction. Okay, if I don't know how many of you have heard, you know, even the polar caps, everything's melting. It's all melting away. And when you think about something melting, what do you think about, right? You think about everything that has been cold, rigid, painful. It just doesn't move, right? You think about ice, it's in a solid state, no movement. It's just there. You try to penetrate through it, and the only way is either you chip through it with the pick, or you have to allow the heat to come through to melt it down so it becomes water again, right? So even we say, well, what happened to the polar bears? Well, the polar bears have to go through their shift too. There isn't anything that is alive on the planet that is not going through a shift. Everything is having to transform. And if it is not able to transform, it is not going to be able to sustain itself on the earth. Even this summer, I haven't had as many mosquitoes bothering me. Have you all gone through that, where you don't have as much bugs bothering you too, because the frequency of the planet is shifting up? We're not supposed to have bugs in this realm. No, not at all. That represents those minions and those dark energies. It really does. Because when you think about bugs, all them is just them is like a pestilence. They bite you, they suck your blood like the vampire, right? Which is what they want you to do in church, is drink the vampire's blood, because that's what they're doing. You're participating in a ritual. You're being programmed to participate in a ritual when you do the communion stuff. It is not of God, the true essence of God's source creator. It's not. It is the essence of those who were here on earth before that wanted to be worshipped. I always knew there was nothing to worship to do with Jesus, because something didn't feel right. I always knew something didn't feel right. I always knew that something felt off with it. I just didn't know. Because for me, I always question things, you see? So now that the heat is on, the fire, because the return of the Christ will be through what? Through fire. And the fire energy is now, like we're in Leo season. And even after this, I cannot imagine what Sagittarius season is going to be like, right? Because it's like Spirit is going to give us a little reprieve to focus back on the body and the practical things when Virgo season comes in. And I feel what Spirit shows me is that if you had planted, like, say, your seeds, or you've done something to how do I say, to move into your passion, right? I feel that as we get closer into the Virgo season, that a lot of you are going to start reaping that benefit, or you're going to be connecting to your tribe, where someone says, hey, I want to collaborate with you. Hey, I want to do this with you. Hey, I want this to happen with you. Or, you know, something to that effect. Or here, you got the job. And it's like, oh my gosh, this is what I desired all this time. So it's all going to start working out. So you're not working because you have to make money to survive and pay bills. It's like you are pulling in. It's like a gravity. You're pulling in something that brings you joy, that connects you with something either monetary or something that benefits you. And then what it does is that it makes your heart feel happy, right? And it's warm and it's welcoming and it's joyful and blissful. That is how we're supposed to feel on earth. We're not supposed to feel like we're suffering and it's a burden and I gotta do this and I gotta do that. No. Everything that is going to occur that you receive, because this is because you're ready to receive, that you're in flow. So that means that, say for instance, one day you're like, I don't feel like doing any work, I'm going to go to the beach. But the money is still working for you, or something is still happening for you in terms of what you're creating, what you're receiving, right? In abundance. Remember, abundance can be anything. It could be abundance of food. It could be abundance of clothes. It could be abundance of joy. It could be abundance of children around you having fun. You're having fun. You're just so, you're abundance of dancing, laughter. You know, can you imagine when you have abundance of laughter, what you do, you're sending all of these codes and frequency that's just pulsating through this every cell of your body, and it's emitting out rays of energy, and that light itself that shines through you, through the laughter and the joy, what you love to do, and that passion, all of that, it's like that's what the ball of light is. That's what makes you a superstar. That's what makes you a superstar, because each one of us is now in the space, so those who have really worked on themselves. That means that you're not triggered about whether you have enough of this, that you know that you have enough of everything, and that you are in overflow now. Because remember, abundance means that it's overflowing, and that you know that you are receiving love because you are love. You know that you have money that is flowing abundantly because you are the money. Okay? You have an abundance of joy around you because you are emitting that joy around you, not because you did anything, because you're just emitting that frequency, because you are the joy. You are the love of your life. You are the passion, you're everything. And so when you apply that passion with your purpose, and you're in love, and you have someone that you love and you're in love with too and everything, do you know how magnifying that is? That is the energy and the frequency that existed when we were here before. We were all here before. We were all, and I don't even want to say before, because we're still here. We go and we kept coming back in over and over again, recycling. Okay? Even though me stop recycling, no, me just put it, it's like, okay, time to integrate. Time to experience. Okay? No more separation. And I'm talking about no more separation of yourself. You no longer have to fragment and, or feel if you have to pick up all the pieces. Now, again, this is for those who have really been on this for a long time. Even if it's 2 years ago. I would say the fresh ones and the new ones, it might be just maybe less than a year or so that you're just, because I have calls that have been coming in for readings that those who are just awakening to it. And they say they can't stop thinking about their twin, and excuse me, they feel bad, or they try to ask me, is this my twin? And I say, I'm not going to tell you that, because that's your personal path. That is your personal path. That is your connection to source. That is what broke things with the dissension in consciousness back in Atlantis, because things were put into the mental space that you need something outside of you to tell you who you are, and you forget who you are, and it just kept disintegrating, and it started to fall in dimension. And so the split occurred from starting with the mind, and especially connecting to masculine energy, because I realized from way before months ago, when the nodes were in Gemini, I said, oh my gosh, that's where I saw all of the downfall that occurred with the manipulation, and it was through electronic stuff too. There, because I was like, how was the communication back then? Like, was it word of mouth or thing? Because remember, when you have word of mouth, that's just as bad as if you had the phone and the computer. Because all you do is just say one thing to someone, and them don't interpret it the same way you said it. So that's why, even if you read a book, I don't give a rat's ass if you could be the best-selling author. Okay? Tune back into yourself in what feels right as well, because you're reading things based on their experiences. You are reading things that you're taking into your vortex and your energy field that you are having to process, okay, depending on where you are in your own strength. Because a lot of times you don't realize that when you allow information to come in, even if you're not in the same physical space with that individual, you're kind of interrupting your own chi, you're interrupting your own power. unless you are strong enough. Remember, I told you that once I realized I was able to go to concert and be around so much people, didn't affect me at all. I had, it's like, not that I'm not emotional, but it's just that I didn't feel like I was like, oh, I gotta protect myself. And that's the beginning stages of some who are starting to awaken. It's like you feel like you're crumbling. So be mindful of who you talk to for those who are in the beginning stages of this cycle. Be mindful who you talk to, because if you talk to someone who does not understand your path, especially the twin soul path, you're going to allow yourself to veer off and start to have doubts and fears and worries, lions and tigers and bears on mind. And still, even when it happens, it has to happen because you're constantly testing yourself with knowing who you are, knowing of your own empowerment, setting your boundaries, okay? Setting the even today, yesterday, I set my boundaries still. Still I tell my boundaries. And I'm proud of myself. I'm giving myself a pat in the back. Yes, I is. Yes, I am. Yeah, man. Okay? Because it's something that we allowed ourselves to fall apart because we neglected ourselves. And this is where a lot of times some of the manipulation came in. Well, if you don't love me, if you don't love, you don't do this, that means you don't love me. And then we, you know, and especially if you're an empath and you're compassionate and you feel like you just want to help and help and help, or you want to be there, or, you know, like I said, even if you change your mind or whatever about something, you can change your mind about things. You can move forward with saying no. No is a very difficult thing for most people on the planet. Okay? And saying no is a part of how effective communication needs to be for you. I'm going to use the word need, because if you're not communicating your truth, if you're not communicating through your true inner power, then you're going to continue to recycle with these experiences until you get it. Okay? And so that's why saying no and creating these boundaries are important and effective, because you see, it's a reflection of where things, you know, like again, the split started to occur, the mind control, the brainwashing, the religion that was created, right? Which is another timeline of the religion that came in because they took scriptures and information, things that were written that was connected to the Nubian tribe, like where the true tribe of Israel had existed in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Bible, and I'm aware of all of that. Like, you know, hey, I'll show you other books that I got. I haven't been able to read them. I told my children, I said, you know what? Probably the time when me get free, because I speed read, and it'd be easier for me if I'm listening to some audio because I'm always busy and active. Like, I really feel like I'm not going to label myself as ADHD, but all I know is that my attention span with anything that feels like it's too slow for me is like I'm out, like I'm done. And I'm just like, okay, next. So for me to read, I haven't read a book since Damon was before Damon was born, and Damon is going to be 25 in November. And so I look at it that, okay, when and if the time comes, if I do decide to read, but I'm still going to, you know, get books and stuff or whatever to have the information, because I think about the Book of Eli, if anyone saw that movie where they were looking for the last Bible that was left on earth, whatever, through him. And amazing that he was interpreting the information as a blind man, but still was able to keep whatever he had in a sacred space. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm just going to share with you some of the other books that I receive. And I always put the date on the books when I received it, because I know at that moment it is for a special purpose. So I got Behold a Pale Horse. And I heard about this man that he was killed because he gave the information out as far as the things that exist, you know, in the system. I must use that word, the system, right? And I actually wrote an inscription, presented to Sharon Andrea, let the truth be told. February 26, 2022 is when I got the book. Interestingly, I don't know if you guys saw Nope, the movie Nope, because I feel part of the Behold the Pale Horse, and also what was written in scriptures, was to do with the white horse and the brown horse. And again, with the movie itself, with Nope, the guy, oh gosh, I forgot his name. I'm not good with names, but you know what I'm talking about, the one that played in Get Out. He said no. He was not accepting for that ship, that alien ship, to take him up and suck him up. right? That's a part of taking back your power. And what's interesting is that it came through as a black melanated man, because the originals on the earth were the original Nubian. They were over 8 feet tall, I would say. Some were 12 feet tall. Okay, they were truly the giants of the original land, all around, all around. And so this is where the movie shows the essence of taking back the power, right? And he also took back his power by facing that darkness, by looking up anyway. But he said no. I'm just getting this now. Like like I was looking, when I was watching the movie, I was watching it in the entertainment way, but I knew that there was some symbolism still to do with the horses, the white horse, the brown horse, behold, a pale horse, because the horses represent everything that's coming on the planet that is, one can look at it, interpret it as destroying it, but actually it's what's moving it through the recycling process, right? So, we have the different diseases that are coming out. China said there was another disease that come out, and then we have the wars that they're trying to keep creating these war scenarios, and it's all propaganda, because as far as I'm concerned, China and the US are friends anyway. They are in cahoots together, all of them. Everything to do with the war in the Ukraine, Russia. I don't care if anybody get mad all you want. All that is because they were funding. Look how that Biden went and put billions of dollars, every time you hear, they signed off on 14 billion and 15 billion and 60 billion. I said, look on this bomb clad. That's not what I think people are idiot. All I'm doing is that they're funneling their money. It's still money laundering. It's no different than the paper money thing, when they create something in their minds to what they can manipulate and control, because they know their time is up on earth. So even all that money that they're funding, it's not going to be worth anything anyway. Now, bear in mind, even when or anything starts to collapse, it may not necessarily apply to you, because Spirit told me, okay, everything is still going to be set up and set aside, or however you want to call it, for your protection. Okay. And when I say for your protection, that even like say when the system breaks down, and because that's going to happen, like there's going to be like a something that shuts it down, right? Because of the plasma that's coming on Earth already, because it's already happening, and it shuts it down, and then it's almost like it starts over again, and then those who had are not going to have, and those who don't have are going to have. I'm telling you, it's just going to be like a switch. It's going to be a switch, and it's going to be a shock to their system, because again, there is nothing on this planet that's living and breathing that's not going to have a shock to their system with something, whether through death, loss of money, loss of job, loss of ex or husband, I should say husband or wife, or something like that. Something that's going to shock and jolt the heart. Something that's going to get the heart to melt. Of course, that's if you're a real person, because they're individual, because there's some people out there that are not real and they don't have a soul. So they're not going to feel anything. The only thing they're thinking about is their survival, just like Terminator. They got to survive. They got to survive. Okay. And so because of everything that's happening in that polar shift with the ice melting and the heat that's on so much in Texas, man, I give my hat off to you Texans out there. I got to tell you that, because I can't deal with that. I've been to Texas. I was sleeping for 3 days and I couldn't wake up. It was too much for I and I. I mean, it was dig up on gone. That was the last time I was in Texas. That's right. So not because I don't want to go there, but all I'm saying is, woo, my God, like you can fry an egg on the sidewalk, have you a barbecue on there and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, fry some eggs and whatever you want to do, toast, everything. Woo, my God. So anyway, and so the other thing besides war and what we have, the pestilence, all these different things that have been, how do I say, attacking on people. And I feel that some of the attacks on people, again, it depends on where things are for them. Maybe they, there was things involved in their life that they were involved on the other side, as I say. And so something just takes them out, because look at what happened with the couple, I think it was 4 people on the White House lawn that got struck by lightning. Like lightning has been flashing, in certain regions. Oh, excuse me. Must be the truth right there. Burping it all out. Like it's been striking, just like that in different places. You see, so the one thing I know with everything that's happening is like you will not be able to dispute and say that source creator does not exist. Even what happened with the Georgia Stones. I'm so glad Spirit is reminding me of all these things. You know what? I've never heard of the Georgia Stones until I saw the news, because I looked it up. I was like, what is that? I didn't know, because I'm not going to be going deep into everything. Some things, whatever. But at the moment it came to the surface for me to be aware. And so when I saw it says that the Georgia Stones were destroyed, just like that, you cannot not say that wasn't coming from source creator. You see what I'm saying? And even the ones who are participating in all of the foolery around the earth, guess what? Give me about 21 minutes. Guess what? What was I gonna say? Oh my gosh. The Georgia Stones for your earth. Oh, the head is eating the tail, and the tail is eating the head, or taking off the head. Really. So even the games they play, like all these, more viruses, more this, more that. This is happening. Oh, you got to get this jab here and all that kind of stuff. Like I said, it's game over. It's game over. You see? So again, the 2022, that cycle of what comes into balance, right? What comes into balance for you, what comes into balance on the earth, because you are that physical representation of where Source wanted you to be on this physical ground. The nodes and Taurus is that physical embodiment of the Christ. It's the physical embodiment of that true love of your heart, that true love within your soul. And as we start to become more and more warm in our hearts, more forgiving, or not even having anything to have to forgive, okay? That you're in a space of, especially the receptivity, right? Receiving acknowledgement, acknowledging yourself, acknowledging others, that you're taking full accountability of yourself in every respect. Like in every capacity, you're taking accountability of things, okay? And as you continue to be that way, because it's not where you're just reading about it and you just have the conceptualization of it. This is where you're experientially being the Christ, the living Christ, which is the energy of what is showing up on earth. And as it comes together between yourself and whoever your beloved is, remember, it is the reflection of you and your connection to Source. If you do not have Source in the mix with you with this, it is not going to come together. Okay? You're not going to, if you're still connecting to the religious faction with how this is unfolding, it is very difficult, that I feel, and challenging if you want to still keep it together, because it's just not going to happen. Because you cannot have, I'm going to use the word cannot, because you can choose to, because it's a choice, but you cannot come into a space of that union of who you are and everything that you're coming into union with, okay, which includes your tribe. Who is your tribe? You will know, because it's organically going to be connecting to you. It's not something you force. It's not something you make up. Whoever it is that's meant to, it's organically going to connect to you, okay? Even if it's someone you don't know, and then all of a sudden, that happened to me, like someone that found me through YouTube, and we're talking, and he wants to collaborate. I'm like, oh my God, this is so amazing. And then someone else that I know, met her 2 years ago at a comedy club, and I always knew that something was going to transpire, and all of a sudden it's like, collaborate. We're on the same wavelength. I don't have to have long conversations. We just and need that. I got to get a background check, because my heart knows the truth. I know the connection, because I can feel it in my soul. So it goes beyond your heart. Like I feel it in my, all over. You just feel this excitement. Okay, it's the true, authentic excitement. It's not forced. Okay, it's not coerced. It's not manipulated, because it can't be. So anything that you ask about, like, oh, I don't experience this, or I don't have this, or this doesn't happen, how do I do that? Stop asking that question to anyone or yourself, because it's all organically that. Everything that I have experienced for myself from the beginning till now has been organically occurring in my life. Organically. That means I made no effort to do anything. Okay? Even something else that was so interesting and fascinating, I love to share with you, is when the solstice was occurring, I kept seeing things to do with dogs, you know? So I know that I connected to the doggone tribe because I spoke about that in the book as well, the audiobook. In case anyone on here doesn't know, and it's your first time, I'm doing an audiobook for the planet called The Return of the Garden of Eden. And it's an audiobook stemming from my reconnection to my twin soul, connecting to him from 2014, but he had been coming to me in dreams since 2008. And so I've been on my path in terms of as an adult, but I knew from when I was younger that I knew I was here on the earth for huge things, and one of the things that I knew was communication and speaking in some respect. And so once I went through that process, I was doing my research and things was coming through to do with the Syrian planet and all that stuff, and connecting as Nefertiti and the Nefertiti, what they call it again, and not, gosh, what do they call it again? Asteroid. I think it's asteroid or something like that. And everything just started to come together, all the pieces. Like I've spoken about this. If you go back into my YouTube, a lot of YouTube lives, I talk about how I just knew who I was, and amazing how spirit just was talking straight to me. It's, when I say spirit, you know, it's like God, source, creator, just telling me do this, do that, and I'm like, oh my god. So anyway, fast forwarding, I went to go play. They told me go play the scratch off, right? So I usually sometimes play the scratch off now and then. So when I went to play the scratch off at my local gas station inside, I saw this card that had the dog on it. So I said, what kind of thing is this boat dog? I said, I can't bother with that. So we just get the normal one when we get. Haha. The next day, all of a sudden, I started seeing all these different things, more things to do with dogs. So that got my attention. But what really got my attention is when I got someone on Instagram following me. And what was it? A dog. And that's when that was like ding, 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 ding. And I said, rotted. Then I tried to tell me if it played the card, get the card with the dog, because it was the timing of the doggone, the serious connectivity that is with you know, within me. And would you believe, as every time I got a card, I kept winning money. I won $10, $15, $20, $25, $100, another 50 to constantly. Okay. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I heard spirit say, well, you know, that's happening because nobody's buying the card. Just like, oh, you didn't buy the card. But you see, I'm so grateful that within the next day, I followed my inner guidance and kept buying the cards. So if you're anywhere and you see those cards with the dog on it, get those cards. I'm sharing that with you. Okay. Because I said, I'm going to share with you anything that's led to me from spirit in terms of wealth. I'm going to share with you because the time is now. This is where this gateway is open now as far as prosperity and manifesting. And that includes money. So if you have triggers in thinking or in terms of money, or thinking if it's evil or it can't do anything for you, or that's the only thing, or I'm not going to be bothered with that, then that's something that you have to work on for yourself. Okay. Because even right now, in all reality, we still need money to buy food and provide shelter and so on and so forth. But always know that everything that's going to occur and continue to occur on the planet in terms of monetary value, food, and all these things, if you believe there's scarcity of food, then you will experience scarcity of food. If you believe there's scarcity of money, you will experience scarcity of money. If you believe that nothing works out, then nothing will work out. If you feel that you're meant to suffer, then you will suffer. You'll experience the element of what you call suffering. Okay? So again, be in the flow. Listen to the inner guidance that flows through you when it comes to money. You are in the position now, if you choose, to start investing in certain things in terms of receiving. If you listen to the outside world and outside circumstances, because there are people that I follow and, you know, watch and listen, you know, as there's always something that's for me, because I know I'm the one that collects all the information. You know, Spirit showed me it's like I'm the detective of the universe, and I'm gathering all the information, and some of the things I'm going to counteract, and some of the things I'm going to be like, yes, oh yes, and then something else pulls through me that's going to come through, that I'm putting the pieces together, because I know that's who I am, right? And so what I know is that even if there is something for you to collect your coins, put yourself in that position to do that, because it may be a time where it may not come through in that fashion and it changes to something else again. So being in your power means that you're also connecting through to source at all times, right? Just like I told you, but true story, with this was recent, because the from what, July, August, June, July, August, you know, with me with the cards, okay? And everything that we are bringing forth now is what's coming into the physical, okay, which includes money, monetary things that we have of value, things that you might be collecting of value, because maybe you're going to end up trading it for something else in the future. So if someone is having a sale or marketing with something, go get those stuff. You see what I'm saying? Go do these things, because or have these things in your possession, because it may end up being something you're going to do. If you do sewing and someone says they need something for you to put together, you do that, and another one does hair, because that's what's coming through back again, which I talk about that already in the book, to do it bartering. And if you feel and know someone doesn't have it, you don't have to be over expensive with it either, because I feel that you catch more bees with honey than, you know, the flies with vinegar. And sometimes we don't have to really go what do I call it? Go crazy in terms of what we have to charge with certain things, but yet still you still have to know to honor yourself at the same time, because there are some of us here who undervalue ourselves. We undervalue ourselves. You're no longer to do that either. Raise the bar. Raise the bar. So I say that even if you have two people that honor you and place that value for you, then just work with that. You know what I mean? You don't have to have 10,000 people, because sometimes those 10,000 people, guess what? They're not really appreciating the value that you place in the things that you do that is your gift. Okay? And speaking of gifts, if you have gifts that you know you're not bringing it forward, bring it forward now. Now is the time. The gateway is open for you. You do not have to be in fear. There are others out there just like you that are still in fear of their gifts, because they're afraid of what someone is going to say, what they're going to do. Look, even from when I was younger, I was always shy. I was afraid to go to the doctor. I did not like going to the doctor. I did not feel like as if I remember I used to play the piano in church, and when I used to go up to the stage, the podium, whatever, to play the piano, I just looked at the people and I ran off the stage in fear and fright, okay? And I overcame those fears. I overcame the things that I put in front of myself that I didn't think I could ever do. For goodness sake, I had 5 children. Can you imagine those who know me for a long time, and they said they couldn't believe that I had 5, even when I was pregnant with the first one, okay? And I'm just saying that sometimes some of the things we think we can't do because it may seem impossible, or it may feel like too much, or what is someone going to say, or what if it doesn't work out? And again, that's going back into the head, and some of it is linked to the trauma of the past with our ancestors, because remember, it wasn't about people coming from Africa coming all the way over here. Everywhere has been the region of Pangea, okay? Everywhere has been the land of the original ancient Moors, okay? And then some. So again, don't let those things fool you into thinking that you have to go someplace else in order to be back someplace else. Because again, all these things were created to what? To dim your light, to make you feel less than, to make you believe that you don't belong anywhere. Don't allow yourself to be confused by those things if you're still in that position. You know what I mean? Don't get hissy fit over the names and the labels and stuff like that. Yes, I know names and labels carry vibration, but we will use certain words for all intensive purposes for identifying things. Divide and conquer. That's right. You're welcome, Galactic Code Buddha. Some of you are new ones on here. I'm noticing the new names and stuff like that. Thank you and welcome. Thank you all for those who have joined me so far. Um, in this timeline and this space, those on Instagram and those here on YouTube as well. I always felt that there has to be a time where everything just comes together as one and it's not separate. But in the meantime, at the Bat Station, I am that I am where I am, and you are where you are. Grateful for all the gods and goddesses in the room. That's right. Step into that Empress power. I am presence. I am that I am that I am. And let me show you the next book that I got. Now, bear in mind, again, even if it doesn't have all the information or the correct, again, it's about where your spirit leads you to, what you bring together. So I also end up purchasing the Phantom Atlas because we all know that it has been a lie on that map. Okay, total lie. The time that they say it takes to go on a trip to go somewhere, they created a false timeline of traveling longer and everything to go around the globe and stuff like that to throw people off. So most of these lands, all the lands put together make up one land. And I had said before in the previous live that eventually we will be traveling even more back into our ancient lands where we have been, and we'll be able to share our gifts and empower one another. And we won't need to have any passports. All of these things are going away. It's all disappearing. They said the old earth, they said heaven, what Yeshua said, heaven and earth will pass away, but his words will not. So whatever has been spoken out into existence is happening now. So even if it may not look that way, it's a happening. So I also didn't want to forget that I heard that the Japanese government has just disappeared. They are out. Okay. How interesting that it ended up being Japan, because I believe that Japan is I believe, if I'm wrong, please you all tell me, that's where the highest value of money is, or something with the yen, right? If I'm not mistaken. And how interesting that the entire governmental system is gone. They have retired, it says. Okay, you can look it up. Retired. Now, I don't remember what year I had this dream, but I know it was during the time that Obama was president. And I dreamt that there was no more presidency. I know I did talk about it in previous lives, but if I was to remember which one, I'd be lying to you. And I dreamt there was no more presidency. Actually, no, it wasn't Obama. It was George Bush. Yes, it was George Bush. My bad. So whatever reign time frame that he was president, and I remember I shake my head that time with that man, because I was like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. But everything serves its purpose. So that time I dreamt there was no more presidency. And when I was sharing that information, I was like, there's no way there could be no more presidency. And I'm like, well, that's what I dreamt, and that's what I know. I've dreamt about the Armageddon. I've dreamt about no more presidency. I've dreamt about the apocalypse and what it looks like. Not exactly what we, not necessarily fire coming from the sky and, not like that, except the lightning and stuff. But this is about a time where we no longer give our power away for someone to tell us who we are and what we are to be. And again, this is coming from and with the highest of integrity. So it's like you're not going to need to have any policing and, again, keeping your neighborhood clean. The things that they put in the foods and stuff, that we are the ones that are in control of what we eat. That's why Spirit created the C virus, because it forced you to now start taking in the things you needed to build up back your immune system and monitor what you eat and how much you eat and your salt intake and your sugar intake. If you know that you're at a point where you can no longer eat dairy products, then you can. If you're still transitioning to that, it's okay. There is nothing that says you must be and do like everyone else. It is so ridiculous how there's so much judgment around the eating aspect of the ascension process. I have already downloaded, I'll never forget when I was in the bathroom where I lived, and I said to Spirit, can you please tell me what is the resolution to those who still, argue over that or whatever? And they said eventually we will not be eating anything at all. We're just sustained by the light. So your body's going to keep on moving through the transitional phase of what you eat and how much you eat and when you eat. You might not eat at all. You might just want water. You may not drink water, because remember, your body is going through upgrades into the crystalline state. And during the time of it going to the crystalline state, you may feel nauseousness. You may feel like you can't stomach anything to eat, okay? And then there may be a time where you're going to be feeling like it's famine and feast, like you're going to want and need to eat. So please listen to your body. Do not listen to what someone else says. Don't eat this, don't do that. Listen to your body. Again, everything during this, what this full moon represents, what you're releasing, what is the truth of the matter. You are moving faster, because Aquarius is also galactic. Everything is galactic. It's just cosmic element. We're not hanging over with the heads down and shrinking any longer. We're standing tall and we're expanding and expanding and expanding. And so with that expansion, that means that we're taking in codes also in the body, where the body is fed through light codes. It is fed through power. It is fed through love. It is fed through compassion. Okay? It's almost like if you were hungry and then you see something beautiful happening right in front of your eyes, you're not even thinking about the food anymore, because your soul was just filled up with joy and the presence of love because of what you're witnessing, And if you are hungry, don't stop yourself from not eating because you want to prove something to someone, with not eating because someone else is not. Continue to stay in your lane with what is happening in your reality, with your body, your timeline, with your twin, if that's what the path you're on, or your beloved, or your sacred partner, okay? Because the moment you focus on how it's showing up in someone else, you're going to start to fragment again, like I stated before. So I'm going to go into, before I do that, let me go finish up with the book thing, because Spirit is making sure to bring me right back to center, because I know I'm like this, I'm like a zigzag, but that's what the soul operates. We don't stay one place, because we were meant to be always in expression, okay? So even when we say we need rest, yes, at some point your body is going to need rest, because sometimes your body is going to process the codes while you're sleeping. It's necessary, so your mind is not in the way. And also sometimes you're going to process information through dream state where you might not remember the dream. So don't beat yourself up if you're not remembering your dreams, because sometimes during the dream state you're processing unconscious things that how do I say it? It's unconscious things that you're not to store it in your memory bank. So it's almost like you're processing it and then you're releasing it, transmuting it, and then you wake up and you're like, wait, I know I felt this. And sometimes you might dream of people you don't know, because those are people that you were with in past timelines, past lives. Sometimes they represent an aspect of you. Sometimes it's an aspect of your twin. It's different every time. You know what I mean? And in any moment when something that you don't realize what it is, let's cover it up, please. When you don't know what it is, just talk to Spirit, talk to Source. You will get the answers. As long as you are receptive, as long as you are in a place with receiving, then you shall receive. You shall receive. And it's like you don't have to think about it, because it is automatically happening all the time. Okay? Whether you're asleep or you're awake. Remember, messages can come through. Sometimes Spirit will not. Also, they're saying you sometimes won't have dreams because they want you to pay attention to your outer reality in the signs that you're seeing, besides numbers, names, anything that's going to bring in something as a reminder or a confirmation or a validation, something to that effect. So it's like you're testing yourself in how aware you are. Like, how aware are you in your reality? Because that's where the magic and the power comes in. Okay? And it's going to increase. And sometimes it might decrease. Sometimes you might not get any signs at all. And just because you don't get any signs doesn't mean that you're off track either. Sometimes it's just the way it is. It flows, up and down, up and down. He said self-love is first. Sometimes you remember and sometimes you don't. Yes, I see people. Yes. You don't have an appetite either. Yep, that's how it happens. And you know, like I said, when the moment comes, I feel when you start to have more of that inner peace and harmony, you might not necessarily see as many signs and messages, okay? Because I feel like that's truly showing how much more you're embodying your higher self, because you don't need to necessarily have guidance coming from your higher self. Or I don't even have spirit guides anymore. Like, I don't know if any of you on here notice that you don't have spirit guides. Spirit guides usually can be a loved one that's that agreed on a soul level before they transition to guide you, or sometimes they knew you from a baby, because it's all contracts. All these are different types of contracts. So we're ending the cycle of a lot of contracts that we have with individuals, whether they're living or on the other side, okay, or if we've never met them, you know. Um, and the reason is, again, because the aspect of who you are is culminating on earth in what the true power represents, because you're sovereign to yourself. You're sovereign, you're in your power, but you're still humble in knowing who the greater power is. Because remember, that was the downfall that occurred during Atlantis, is that they knew who they were as gods, and those angels, or whoever minions they became, they decided that they wanted to trick and be God on the earth and proclaim themselves to be God. And then what they did was that they enslaved others, the ones who existed on earth, in order to continue with their agenda. Okay. So, and again, again, their time is up. So whatever names they call themselves, because I know there's many names, I know there's many annotations. Just know that we know what the energy is. Because remember, everything starts with energy first before it moves into the physical space. So if you're experiencing anything in your physical, remember, go within and say, what is the root of where this is coming from? Because as I stated to someone I read for earlier, blessings to you, sweetheart, the tree itself starts from the root, right? It starts from the root and it goes up into the tree, right? Because it represents like the veins, that the veins you have in your body, right? Because they said the biggest organ of the body is the skin, if I'm not mistaken. The skin is the biggest organ of the body, and the skin itself is like a connectivity to your cells, because everything comes through on a cellular level when it comes to your cells. So when you think of the tree and the root, if the root is not being fed, if it's not watered, if it becomes corrupted, if it burns, whatever it is, that something happens from the root where you can't see it because it's down in the ground, right? Then what happens is it travels and it goes to the base of the trunk, and then afterwards it goes into the rest of the tree, and then it gets the branches. So remember, you are the branches of your tree. The tree of life is within you. And if you feed yourself, right, the true feeding comes from what? Energy, connectivity, love, the inner power, your own strength, the quietness of who you are, everything to do with you, right? Everything, including the physical, because some people just think that the physical doesn't matter, but it does, because that's why you're here too. Yes, we descended and came into this dense energy and the density of our bodies. This is not what our bodies look like, but I still know and feel that this was done on purpose, even though the minions participated. Because in everything, what we call the enemy, because I know a lot of our melanated folks, we get so caught up in the devil, the devil, the devil, the devil, the evil, the this, that, constantly. That's the program. And for you to lighten up yourself, because lightening up yourself is not the skin color lightening up, is lightening up in your heart, lightening up within yourself and your body and your thoughts. If your thoughts are heavy, you're going to become heavier. If you're in fear, you're going to still become heavier, because you're in so much fear. It's gripping you and it's tense and it's tight and it's a block. And again, all of that energy of what is solid and in an icy form, once it is melted away and it's calm and it's peaceful and centered and connected, then it's more fluid, right? Like it melts into water and it starts to move and it starts to flow. The tree is nourished through the waters, right? And then what happens is it starts to grow and expand. And sometimes at some point it might bear fruit or flowers or something. something that reflects that love. You see, something that reflects that love. So in everything you do and everything you be, keep remembering to keep the love in your heart, even if some of the emotions involve anger, frustration, because it's still going to play a part, because we're balanced through all of this. It's like it's like a playing that game called Twister. You remember that game Twister, when you spin the thing and your hand on the red thing, they spin it again, it's on the blue thing, and that's what it feels like sometimes. For real, for real, for real. So anyway, let me go to the next book. Let me get the Book of Enoch. I said I wanted to get this book because I've heard so much about the missing books of the scriptures, and sometimes I watch Ancient Aliens. I don't know if any of you watch that. And again, even though there's not everything I agree with, but there's still stuff out there that I know codes are coming through. So again, I'm just encouraging you, do not throw out the baby bath with the water with the baby, okay? However they say it, okay? So there was so much information that came through to do with the original Hebrews to me, and the Enoch, with what his representation was, because as they said that he was taken up on a ship, I believe that's what it was, and there was things that he revealed and things that were written. So of course, again, there were things that are written and things that were destroyed. Yes, absolutely. But remember, almost everything is going to have a code in there for you to remember thyself and to awaken to thyself, right? And everything that comes together as one, because the more pieces you put together, the more things start to come into balance for you. And and I think I did show this one the last time, the One World Tartarian. So this is someone else that I got the book that put together. I got this one on June 10, 2022. And the books of Enoch I got on December 30th, 2021. So I know the timing of when I get these books, even though I haven't read the books. But all it is that my soul is connecting to the energy and the frequency of what I know. And therefore I can have a tool of something that I can refer to if I need to, or I have it on hand, because then when the plasma comes in and maybe if anything shuts down, electronically or whatever, voila, I got some books I can read, right? That's right, because everything's coming back with the solar energy that is pulsating right now. Because even now with the sun, I really feel the sun that is shining wherever we are, you are, that is the true sun that is emanating right now. Because the way how I feel the energy coming from the sun doesn't feel the same. It feels more tropical, like the whole frequency of how I feel the heat, it feels more tropical. It's like even the skies is so beautiful and bright and clear, and I can literally feel and see the layers of that cosmic like plasma, I don't know, whatever that word is, but it's like a hue. And when I look at it, that is the dream I had. I had that dream where it's like God, what the word is again, like there was no more night and just daytime. It was just like hue of light. So it wasn't too dark and it wasn't too cold. You see what I'm saying? Yes, Brittany. Is that Brittany that you also follow me on Instagram? I just want to know if it's you still. It feels hot, but then it's not like that sweltering humidity, smoggy type of heat. That's the best way I can describe it. It feels more tropical because like I feel the breeze blowing. I mean, where I live, I'm around a lot of trees because I'm on ancient Aboriginal lands. They brought me back here. They were not playing. No, they were not. Anyway, I'm being guided. I'm gonna just ring the bowl a little bit. I can feel that you all can hear me way better than the last time. And if you watched the previous live, and I know it was choppy because I went back and listened to some of it, you can go on Instagram and you'll be able to see the first 3 moments of what do you call it, when I was recording. And would you believe that the Instagram is not cut off from all this time? I'm on here 2 hours and 19 minutes. But the last time it was breaking it up into portions, but this time it's not. So definitely I can tell and feel how much shifting is happening with all of us here together. So I'm gonna pause my throat chakra a little bit, and I'm going to um, just ring, I call it ring the bell, right? Some gratitude for all the messages, everything that is coming in for us, the body, our minds, any pain that we feel that is transmuting through our vessels. Anything that has felt heavy is lightening up. It's lightening up. It's lighting up. The true power that flows through us during this fire element, water element, air, earth. We're grounding. For this full moon vibration that is pulsating through our bodies, everything that represents the entire system, because remember that the universal consciousness itself goes beyond this universe, because there are multiple layers of universes, and you are greater than what you remember and what you know. Okay, you are. I remember when I had a dream about when I saw my soul, and I was like, oh my gosh, I am so big. I am so huge. So at that time, I feel that was as much as I could see in perspective in the dream, because I saw my smaller version of myself. So as we ascend, I feel like we expand even more on so many multi-dimensional timelines, that as you are expanding, there is a way and a technique that Source is having us still being able to identify your individuality with who you are. And that's why they're saying how important it is for each and every one of you to walk the path of your true gifts, walk the path of your soul blueprint. Okay, it's imprinted within you. And even if it looks like you don't know where to begin, start from the inner child, because the inner child always is free and knows who to be and what to do in that moment with no permission. Like I remember when I tell my children, don't jump on the bed, don't, and they still jump on the bed because they're free. You're free. This is the time of that freedom to step out of that shell, Diana Ross, I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I got to let it show. I'm coming out. And that's what you're being. You're coming out. You're coming out in the open. Remember I said we're thankful that you now have the courage and the heart to show your pictures, to show and reveal your true name. When I do readings for anyone, all I need is your name. I don't need your birth date. I don't need the time of your birth. I don't need cards. All I need is your name, because you were given that name through Source. Yes, we have the straw man and all the Batman. I'm aware of all of that. Let's not get distracted. I'm talking about the name that has been given to you holds a specific blueprint of wisdom, knowledge, power, strength, right? The ability to move forward, step back, the inner Christ. Okay? It's powerful. It is extremely powerful. And it's not going to look the same for everyone. Every one of us on here is going to be something different, something new that's also going to come forward to do with you, because you are unique. Remember, you look outside and you see all those stars, but each star is a different star. The snowflakes, different sizes and shapes, okay? We have been broken to dim ourselves, to not shine, to be concerned about whether or not, oh, you know, that's why sometimes I really I had taken myself out of all these groups, things on Facebook. I just can't. Because when you're in your power, there are some people that can't handle that type of power. That's not my problem. Like I used to argue with Charlotte, she's like, why you talk so loud? I said, because it's in our DNA. Okay? Work through your other genetic line where they want you to dim down your voice and that you're not supposed to talk loud and who hears you. No, that is our power. We danced with our feet. We moved, we danced, we moved, we were in joy. We spoke loud. Okay? It may sound like arguing, but it's not. It's music to my ears. Like when my children start to argue, I don't mean argue like they're fighting and they're angry. It's like you're having a heated discussion. And it's like fire is flowing through all of them. And sometimes it's the four of us, okay? And sometimes it's six of us. And it's music to my ears. You know why? Because it's natural. It's natural for us as the dominant melanated beings on this planet. We are the ones, okay, I'm not saying the ones who are melanin recessive don't have that power, but it's up to you to activate more of that power. So if you feel like you're a little bit more docile and spaced out like Get Out, then it's time to step to that motherfucking plate. I'm going to say it just like that, okay? Do not be afraid to shine your light. Show your name. You don't have to show your last name. Show your true name. That's your power. Show your picture. That's your power. Okay? If you have issues with your body, show your body. That's power. Your body carries energy and codes. It's a printing. It's an imprint of something that shows up in everything collective for you. Your sun, your moon, your rising, your ascendant, your Mercury, your moon, your everything. Because you've been all things. Other lifetimes you were sun someplace else and sun, you know what I mean? Really, truly. Okay? And so, as I said, a Set had to put herself back together again, and she mourned and she cried. I remember I cried for 3 weeks. I'll never forget when I was on the plantation. I call it the plantation. My car was repossessed and everything was happening in the worst way possible. And then what happened? The light came at the end of that tunnel. I was able to find myself and to work through the pain layer by layer, piece by piece. And I'll never forget when 2 days before I knew I was supposed to leave, and all the ancestors, even some of my own relatives and relatives I've never met before, people I've never seen before, they all came, they opened the door, and they were all waving bye to me. They're like, thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. And there was such peace. And the light was just shining bright in the room with them, thanking me. And I knew and I felt in my heart that whatever was happening there, that they brought me there, and I was not supposed to participate in anything to be given to that man. You see what I'm saying? Because my heart was like, I don't want to, this is not my intention. You see, because when your heart is pure and you know what your intentions are, you don't mean harm to someone, but then they're interpreting something differently when that's not what it is, because their heart is not open. And so as long as whatever you do is with the greatest of intentions, you don't have to worry about what someone else thinks, because you stay focused on your path with where spirit has brought you, because you are on God mode. This is God mode time. Aquarius is God mode. Aquarius is the highest mind. It's the highest expression. It's the divine intelligence. It's not about tapping into it. It's being it. Okay? So even if your sun is not in Aquarius, see where Aquarius is in your chart. Even if it's at 0 degrees somewhere, it's still somewhere in your chart. Excuse me. It's still somewhere for you to pay attention to where you are mastering yourself with that, because I really feel this full moon. Drink some more water. Is the beginning of where more things are coming into our favor in abundance. in magical ways. And then the opposites of the energy itself in terms of the what we call chaos. You know, if you think you've seen anything yet, oh boy, when Pluto goes into Aquarius, it's supposed to go into Aquarius. I believe it's, I'm not sure if it's between March and May of next year, if anybody wants to look that up. But I know that for me, I've already been starting to feel the effects of Pluto in Aquarius, of course, because who I am. And it's like, it represents like the Kali mother. The Kali mother. So remember, the Kali mother is the mother of destruction, and she brought that energy in, just like how when the earth was affected through the flood, and the flooding took place in order to cleanse the earth. So now the main element is fire, but it doesn't mean the other elements are not in existence of what is transforming everything on the earth. So I really feel between now and the end of next year, whatever is existing in what's been hidden, I believe it's Northern America with Alaska, because they're showing me that region, that's going to start to come out and show itself. Something more is going to come out to the, okay, March 23rd. Okay. Oh, 5 days before your birthday. Wow. You're definitely going to be feeling some, gosh, I feel like you're not going to be able to sleep as much when that time comes. Galactic Hood Buddha. I like that name. Galactic Hood Buddha. That's right. You step into that power. You step into that power and stay right there. Because I can feel already you had to, I feel already that you incarnated to transmute so much energy through your family. That's the main thing for you. What I'm hearing is you having to transmute so much stuff through your bloodline. So if you've always had faced a lot of adversaries with relationships in your family, all your family relationships, that's why, because of the energy that you embody on the earth. Okay, so even if it, which I know for many of us, that's already true to itself, where you feel alone and your family has pulled away from you. But like for you, Galactic Hood, I feel like you have a big family, and it's almost like you had to be just slashing through all of that energy, and it felt like it was very heavy, and a lot of drama. I could feel the drama through your family and toxicity. So you're doing a great job. So you don't have to worry about why, how, when, where, and how this is happening, and if anything will ever come back together. Because just sometimes we have to know just being yourself right now is enough. You don't have to convince anyone of anything, because if you feel you have to convince anyone of anything, that means that you're giving your power away. Okay? If someone tries to negate anything about your path or who you are, or if you declare I am whatever, then what that means is that you are giving your power away. Okay? I'm going to read something I posted on it on Facebook, and it's affirmations. Okay? That's very important too, because when I do readings, I'm not going to just give you fluffy stuff, you know. Sometimes people, they try to test me and test themselves to say, oh, I just want to get the answer and that's it. No, you're going to get the answer, but you also, my way I come with integrity is that you're going to get the answer, but you're also going to hear what there is for you to shift into the next higher level for yourself. Because once you connect to me, something is shifting higher. Something's activating. Something is creating between the both of us. The same thing is reciprocated to me as well. You know, and I've had to come a long way with trusting what I hear and not try to push it to the side, because if someone feels like, no, that doesn't apply to me. So I'm really grateful that I reached the point where I truly embrace myself. Give yourself the permission to do the same. So anyway, so I posted, I'm going to post it on the community tab too as well, Lionsgate Peak, because the Lionsgate gateway is open. I know they said till through the 12th, but I don't go by dates. I go by energy, because that's where source wants us to be. That yes, we still use the Gregorian calendar. Yes, I know it's tricks. Yes, I know. How do we know this is really 2022? But you know what? It's okay. Timing can be off with a lot of things, a lot of things. But the one thing that will remain true to itself is love. And when you're loving, I'm talking about the feelings that you're having. It's like a gut feeling, right? It's like something that it's undeniable, it's unexplainable. Okay? When you connect your feelings and then you can put together the linear aspect of yourself, right? In masculine form, where you're putting those pieces together as well. And then you bring in alignment with your feelings and the feminine energy. And then you take the steps necessary to what you're understanding about that, information that you're receiving, or how you're interpreting your experience. You see, that's how the balance comes in constantly for yourself. Okay, that even if there's someone that you're connecting to, whether family, friends, your true love, your twin soul, twin flame, that you allow them to have their space to what they need to find out for themselves. There is no need any longer to save, rescue, tell someone. I know it gets exciting when you get revelations and things come into your space, like, oh my God, oh, I can't wait to tell it. Because you know what? Most of the time they're not connecting to that really, unless they're going through it themselves. You know what I mean? So when you know someone feels it, they feel it without having to go into all the details. Okay? Because that's where the planet is moving, in that space where we connect and feel, and we're conscious and aware of the energy that's within us, right? Because that's where the power of everyone collectively together, this Aquarius, right? Because you're talking about the pairs in their collective cycle of knowing and connecting and true love, and stepping into that space together, completing each other's feelings and thoughts and what they bring together in that fullness of that energy and form of the mother father principle. Okay, nothing on this earth can break it apart. Nothing. That is just an illusion. Okay, not everyone is aware of the path, and there's some who are aware of the path, but they don't understand it to the depths of how sacred it is and what it truly means for the planet. Okay, so I'm going to get back to that. So the Lionsgate peak affirmation is: I embrace my deepest truth. I open to the transformation needed for my desires to manifest. I follow my heart and honor my intuition. I am courageous and move in the direction of my dreams. I open to soul deep connections. I attract love that nourishes. You hear that? I attract love that nourishes. That means it's not sucking at you dry. It's not vampiric, where it's heavy and burdened, and I have to do this and I gotta do that, and I can't say no, and I don't want to hurt this one's feelings, or I don't want to let this one down, but deep down you're letting yourself down. Okay? Whoever is doing whatever they're doing, they're not even aware they're doing it. That's just spirit bringing that experience through that individual, so that way you bring it into light. You bring it into its awareness, right? And then the more you do that, the more you're nourishing your soul. The more you're feeding your soul in what feels good for you, because now the balance is now restored for you. And then imagine then what the world, what the earthly existence, right, is going to be like for both the earth and for us, where we're no longer triggered, because each one of us is in the highest form and expression of this love, and how we nurture ourselves and how we nurture one another. Okay? No one has to feel left out. The village is back together again with raising children. There's no mother that has to go through birthing process and everything by herself. There's no children that have to feel neglected because the mother and the father is at work, working hard, struggling, and working 3-4 jobs, and you got to make the money, and all these type of things. All of that is all the programming that has kept us apart. Okay, so this is about the renewal of your spirit, the nourishing of your soul, the renewal of your spirit. Because your spirit form, your spirit body, your Merkaba is the part of your essence, right? That stored all the data, all the information, right? Because just like how when somebody come near you, like we say at Jamaica, boy, I met my spirit cross, you know. So that means that the part of your spirit knows something, feels something, and is reacting to something, because there's memories and stuff that's stored within it. So when we bring it in its corrected form and its state of where you're no longer feeling something pulling and draining, then what happens is you're nurturing your spirit form, right? Which is the etheric aspect of self, and the etheric aspect of self that's feeling nurtured, feeling loved, feeling appreciated. Who on here doesn't, have you ever heard anybody not wanting to be appreciated? I know you do. So let me finish the thing what I'm saying, because I'll get off track. And it says, I'm open to soul deep connections. I attract love that nourishes my body, mind, heart, and soul. I am a magnet for abundance. Good things, I'm going to raise the bar. Great things, I'm going to raise the bar again. Magnificent, I'm going to go higher again. Magnanimously, things flow to me in every breath. I am supported fully by the universe. So in other words, if you don't get it by who you want to get it from, let that go. Allow spirit to connect the dots with whoever you're to connect with at the timing that it's going to come through another window. Remember, it says if the door closes, the window opens. If the window closes again, another window is going to open. If the door closes, another door is going to open. That's where spirit wants you to be in the practice of letting go and allow. Okay, allow. And I'm going to read one more set of affirmations. Perfect for this time. I am a strong person. I prefer to say I'm a strong individual. Feels higher. I am calm. Remember, everything is I am. I am calm and relaxed. I am in control of my thoughts and actions. I'm strong and independent. I can take care of myself. I am perfectly balanced between loving others and peacefully detaching from them. I have the maturity to stand on my own 2 feet. I have the maturity to stand on my own 2 feet. So that means that you're not necessarily relying on someone else to do things for you or to figure out what's going on in your life, right? Being dependent on someone, okay? Now, it doesn't mean that if someone needs help that you don't give them help, but you will know in your heart if it's the moment to give someone help, but then you'll know in your heart when it's time to let someone figure it out for themselves. What I had to go through that too, okay? So I have complete trust in myself and my decisions. I love and value myself. I have a high self-esteem. I peacefully detach from the need to compare myself to others. Very important. Stop comparing yourself to others. They're not you. You're you. Even a mother who gives birth could be 20 children. Each children is a different pregnancy. It's a different childbirth. Different, fingerprints. Twins, even twins, different fingerprints. So you are still unique no matter what. Different, but unique to one another. We still feel. Love is universal. Love is endless. It is timeless. It exists. True love does exist. Yes, it does. True love never dies. No such thing as death. Transformation, right? I have a high self-esteem. You know you're the GOAT. You know you're the bomb. You remember all them names, all them linguals? Yep. You know you're dope. That's right. You're the best that there could ever be. You're the cream of the crop. Okay? Bring your sexy on. You're the cream. You could be sexy as a man, or you could be sexy as a woman. You could be sexy, what? Bring that sexy out. Okay? You love and value yourself along with the high self-esteem. Remember, it's not low self-esteem. It's high. It's very high. High frequency. Okay? You get so high, you don't need nothing external for you to feel high. I'm feeling high. So high. So yeah, so even if you want to take a little spliff and stuff like that, yes, you know, there's some of us that feel that they desire to do that because it makes you feel good and stuff, but eventually you're not going to want to smoke. Eventually you're not going to use anything. No, I forgot what they call that thing again. Mushrooms and gosh, I forget the name of the other thing. God have mercy. Ayahuasca. ayahuasca, any of those external things. This is where all of the energy of everything to who you are is enough. Okay? You're enough for everything. You feel high vibrational with everything, like a spin top. So I have a high self-esteem because you feel good about yourself. You know you're the best with who you are. No one can I could take that away from you, and you surpass nothing more than that. Like you just keep on and on and on and on. It's ever expanding. Okay. And even if someone says that they can outdo you, it's not about outdoing another. It's just honoring just yourself with your gifts and your power and who you are. And that even if someone else says something about you, that's none of your business what they say about you. Because if it's not true, why are you going to worry about it? You know that my second son, David, told me that because he used to have a lot of anger issues growing up. And what helped him to get through it, he told me, he confessed to me, he said, Mommy, you know what, when this happened to me when I was about 9 or 10, he had to come to the school because I was angry and he got into a fight. And I was like, what happened? He said, well, someone said something about you and they were saying something really bad that I didn't like. So I said, but David, do they know me? He was like, no. I said, well, they don't know me. I don't know them. I don't care. So it's like, it's none of our business what anybody want to say. That's their problem, not mine. And so from that point on, when he said he realized that he did not have to attach himself to what other people have to say. Because you see, that's one of the deepest programming that exists in our communities is worrying about what other people say, needing validation, afraid to take more steps, being in that comfort zone because you're in fear of what can happen. You're in fear of what someone says. You're in fear of what if it doesn't complete its cycle, or what if it falls apart, or if it doesn't work out. You know what I mean? A fear of having to have that approval. Like if you grew up in a household where you had to be the overachiever, okay? Or if you did put out your best already before, but then it wasn't even given any honor or any type of feeling of appreciation, you know what I mean, or honor given to it. So your light just became dim because you didn't have anyone kind of boosting you up or anything like that. So remember, there are things that existed with our families, our mothers, our fathers, and their mothers and their fathers and their mothers and their fathers and their and includes the suppression energy. It includes them having their own low self-esteem and feeling disempowered. And so if they're not empowered, they're not going to empower you either. If they were abused, they might abuse you too. They're going to treat you the same way that they were treated at times. You know what I mean? So you can work through yourself with compassion for them, even if they're not really doing anything to change. Okay, because you're the one that is the chosen one to make that change. You're the one that is transmuting and bringing things together with your bloodline to correct those codes, okay? And where we were beaten and raped and things were stolen and the trauma bonding continued on and on and on, okay? So there is the details I'm giving you to do with self-esteem. That's what Sharon does. I'm the detailed one, okay? I peacefully, hear the words, I peacefully detach from the need to compare myself to others. I'm okay with making mistakes and having imperfections. You don't have to feel you got to be perfect with everything. You don't have to follow a book in the guidelines to your ascension process, okay? And if you're on a twin flame journey and someone's telling you that's not your twin, or you're not doing things like a twin or whatever, there is no twin flame police out there. I used to say that years ago, and I mean, it was horrific back in 2015 and 16 with the amount of teachers out there, and all it was people talking on things that connect to their own drama and trauma. And so when you're attaching to these traumas and dramas that come through from people you know or don't even know, then what you're doing is you're opening up your vortex to fragmenting because you're not in your own power, okay? So give them their space to heal their wounds, you know? And we don't have to be as judgmental, but there are times when we want to say like, what the F, you know? But it's okay. So the next thing is I accept myself, self-acceptance as I am right now. I let go of the need to be perfect because you are perfect just the way you are. And you're moving through levels and layers of that perfection in which source is using you as the tool to seeing itself as the perfection. So remember, you are the microcosmic aspect of source. As far as source creator is concerned, everything that I have created is perfect. Okay? That's right. So it says, I peacefully detach from my past mistakes and guilt. Let go of the past so you can move into the now. I can say no when I need to. Say no. Keep saying no. The minute you know when you should say no, you feel it in your gut. The minute you know that you need to say no is because you don't feel as joyful and happy with what you are required to do or be. Okay? That's how you know, because everything now in these new timelines, these new energy, this frequency is feeling through the energy in what you are to know, because you know, because you're tapping and you're in the embodiment of that higher intelligence. Okay? And so your body is going to signal to you what is the right feeling for you. Okay? And it can change. So again, go within that vibe with that. Okay? I resist the urge to say yes to every request. And if you're a yes person, like yes, 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 but then you know that you don't want to do it at some point, but you still keep saying yes because you want to accommodate everyone. Okay? So always go within first when it comes to your decisions and choices. And if there is conflict, give it a day or two to, go deep within it. You know what I mean? Because in the end, it's about how you're going to feel if you said yes and you can't commit the way you want to. And you said yes, you're the one that's going to have to face the consequences of you making that choice, because it's all about choice. Okay? And so it says, my needs are important too. I take time for myself. I let go of the need for approval from others. I have excellent emotional boundaries. I feel so much better when I set limits. The feelings of others are their own responsibility. I accept responsibility for my own problems and actions. I let go of the need to control others. So if things are not working in your favor because you want it to be this way and hey, I go through that myself at times, even now. And I'm working on it. It's like, and I don't mean to control others to do what I want to do, but it's just because I have so many things that I'm handling all at once. And it's like, because my, the essence of who I am, I'm so quick and everything is moving fast. And then sometimes I end up having to just do it myself. And then I'm overworking myself because I'm trying to explain to someone. I'm like, can't you just feel what it is and just get it done and all that stuff? So it's like, sometimes it's like, I feel like I have to step back so I don't feel like I'm controlling the situation, And so I get that. So some of us, and that's a part of the masculine energy, and how we bring it into balance in where we want to control things. And usually I feel 9 times out of 10 that comes from the pressure that society places on us with time and rushing, and you're aging, and you just don't want to disappoint, you know what I mean? But what I've been doing for myself and being for myself is I no longer rush. So I'm not rushing to eat. I'm not rushing to get to an appointment. If I'm going to be what they call late, I said, well, I'm going to be there between such and such time, the Ethiopian time. I'll be there between so I don't feel pressure and anxiety with time. And I tell people, please do not put it out there, oh, you're always late, because then you're going to create the experience for me to be late. And it was a true story. I told him, I said, stop doing that. And ever since that stopped, that no one's projecting on me with being late, it's moving in that flow. Okay, so that's the way how we're bringing in that part of how we bring things differently in a conscious state in our communities, in our lives, in our homes, with our families, being patient with one another, seeing everything for each other with our similarities and our differences, and how we can coexist. Okay, so the next thing is, I let go of the need to solve others' problems. I am only responsible for myself. I am assertive rather than aggressive. It's okay to disagree with others and have differing opinions. It is okay. Okay? It's okay to have strong feelings and emotions. In other words, you don't have to dim it down like, oh, and puny. You can be strong in your conviction. Talk loud in your power. Scream it out, shout it out. You can be quiet too if you like. You know what I mean? It's your expression. Okay? I can work through my emotions without fear. So in other words, you can have your emotions and how you feel, but try not to attach it to fear, because I feel like when you have the fear come in, when you're emotionally triggered by something you see or hear or feel, then what happens is that's when the disintegration starts to happen. That's when the disempowering starts to happen because of fear. Okay? Remember, fear is false evidence appearing real. I am excellent communicating my thoughts and feelings. So in other words, if you're talking to anyone and you don't want to hurt their feelings and you want to just dance around it, then all of a sudden the same thing happens again in a few weeks or maybe the next day. Because Spirit is trying to tell you to express your true feelings. It's okay to express and communicate. Like, communication is the key to how we heal all our relationships. I had the pleasure of listening to Aquarius Maximus because Spirit led me to look at what card represents me in cardology, and it's the Two of Clubs. And the thing she said is that I'm here, but she didn't tell me, but that's what Spirit wanted me to know. It's just amazing how it came through, that I'm here to bring about with groups of people, which I know I'm here to talk in front of groups of people, right? Which makes a lot of sense as Aquarius Sun and Moon in Pisces, to see and feel through it and connect through those feelings, right? And bring it to light. And so, where's I going with the thought? What was I saying again? Oh my gosh, I started drifting. That's what happens when you have all these Pisces, you just start to drift. Oh my gosh. But the feelings that I have when I'm connecting to, where's I going with that? Could somebody help me? What was I saying last before I said that? Because I was going somewhere with it. Oh my gosh. I was flowing with it, and then I went off when I started talking about Pisces. See, that's where my Pisces moon goes in the third house. I just start to just channel into it, and then sometimes I forget and it'll come. Anyway, so Spirit will bring it back to me. So I just look at it how important it is. Thank you, Spirit, to communicate. That's my pet peeve, is how we communicate on the planet. Like, it sucks. It really, really sucks at times. Okay, I'm not gonna say like it's all the time. And why I say that, because most of the time the average individual doesn't really say how they feel. So of course for me, I don't have a problem because my ascendant is Sagittarius. So we're gonna say it like it is, and then my Aquarian and me definitely gonna tell you like it is. But I'm not gonna say it in a way that it hurts your feelings, but I'm gonna speak the truth, because I know that why hang on to something that is not really necessary if it's not true, or I know that it's going to repeat itself again because I remember someone saying whatever they said and it came back again, and you're still not learning the lesson, or you're still not listening, or still whatever, you know what I mean? And or the way you're communicating, like if you know that you feel a way like about something, just say it, just get it off your chest, just express it, right? How you really feel. That is what is authentic. That is what is the expression of being authentic is on the planet. Okay, it's communication. If you know you don't have the time to do something, just say it quick. Okay, don't have time. Also, the way we communicate. Sometimes texting is not a great thing, or instant messaging. I would say most of the time. I say texting and messaging is effective if you're following up for a few seconds, like, hey, I'm on my way. But when you're on the phone, or you're seeing the visual, when you're seeing someone in your physical space or video, there is body language. You're going to see through the eyes. You're going to feel it through the throat chakra. It's going to connect on a higher frequency, right? When it comes to seeing someone. Okay, so of course that's if it's, meshing for that to happen. But all I'm saying is, think about the method of how you're communicating right now in this space, because eventually we will be continuously communicating telepathically. I'm sure some of you are already experiencing where you're thinking about the person and all of a sudden they call you, or you already can feel the energy of someone's thoughts while they're standing right there with you. You know, it's like these are the gifts, and I don't call it gifts. That's the natural state to who we are. It's not even a gift. It's natural, okay? So let me just finish off the thing before I start veering off again. I'm excellent at communicating my thoughts and feelings. I let go of obsessing about others. I let go of obsessing over mistakes. The overachiever, right? Oh, I made a mistake. I gotta be perfect. Da 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 da. I'm obsessing about someone, you know, what they're doing, where they're going, what they're seeing, who they're seeing. Those are some of the things that have broken down a lot of relationships because of the codependency of what you expect from someone, or the codependency of what you want someone to do and to be for you. And if they are who they are, it's about you accepting who they are. If it's not meshing for you any longer, then you let them go. You walk away. Allow them to be who they are until if they choose to change. But again, that's in their sovereignty and your freedom. Okay? And their freedom and your sovereignty, because it goes hand in hand. Okay? So, and obsessing about, again, what you want someone to do and to be. Okay? That when you really get to know someone, get to know them from also where they are in consciousness, where their heart is, okay? What they show you. They're going to show themselves. They're showing them, people are showing themselves immediately now. You don't have to wait too long, okay? Because the veil is very, 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 very thin, okay? So, but we don't have to obsess over another anymore because it's very toxic. I can't begin to tell you when I get calls from some people, especially women. Oh, they did this to me and did it to me. When am I going to hear from them? And then I try to tell them that they are having to work on themselves, and that in the meantime they need to focus back on themselves. And then even being treated the worst, they still want to be obsessed. Okay? And again, that's part of the programming that we're still releasing and what expectations we have when it comes to relationships. Most relationships on the planet are going to be existing in a higher frequency where you are sovereign, free. There's not most of this thing to do with the paperwork that's involved with being married. Not saying if people are not going to be married, but it's not going to be the same type of marriages, ceremonies I'm talking, right? It's more of the connection spiritually. And so as long as you have, and you remember source in the midst of your union, it will work. It will stand strong on a solid rock, and it will not be no longer a sinking sand. Okay? And every relationship that exists in your reality is an extension of you. Even if it's something you say, well, I don't do that. I don't know. It still exists within you because you came through the vessel of whoever that woman was that gave birth to that individual, that's reflecting back something to you for you to clear that in the bloodline. Okay? That's what that is about. Okay? And you can't run away from it. So the next thing is, I enjoy my relationships. Because I didn't even remember the next line I was going to say that. I enjoy my relationships, but also enjoy being alone. Be okay with being alone. If you feel that you can't be alone and you feel like, oh, I'm so lonely, oh, I'm always alone, you're going to create the reality of always being alone. If you're not able to enjoy your own company and you're in fear of being alone, or you're talking out words of speaking that you're always alone and you don't like being alone, then you're going to have to keep reconciling with yourself. Because again, if you're looking for someone outside of you to give you the company and to feel worthy or to feel honored or to feel, and when I say to feel honored, I'm talking about where it's so far down the spectrum where it's heavy, and that individual is going to feel like there's too much energy and pressure on them, and that's the reason why sometimes they're going to feel like they're going to run away, or they're going to block you, or they're going to pull back away from you, because they're feeling that intensity and feeling the obsessiveness or feeling the control. Okay? But when you free up the energy, right, and you're not dependent on whether you hear from them or how you hear from them, or if you see them, or when you see them, or even if they say, hey, we're going to do this together, and all of a sudden it changes, be okay with that, because it's still something that is occurring in your reality, to see where you are when it comes to letting go and being in the flow of life and the flow of that energy. The more you're in flow, the more you grow, the more you expand, the more you experience. But if you keep it tight in fear, it contracts, it pulls back, it doesn't go anywhere, it stays stuck. Okay? So work on anything within yourself if you feel that you're at a point where everything in your life that you have to control, or everything in your life that you don't like having to be alone in the process or something like that, to really get to the point where you enjoy your own company. And then what happens is eventually how it really reflects on the planet when it comes to relationships is that it starts to complement you. It's an overabundance because you are already self-reliable, self-aware, okay? And you're in the space of self-love. So you no longer need it to come from someone else, or you no longer need it to be validated, or you're okay. Because you know what usually happens, like for me, I hardly ever get an opportunity to be alone. It just hardly ever happens because I'm always attracting something or someone that's always in contact with me. So that's the way that I flow with, the energy. And there's times when I truly enjoy my own company. Driving the car, I'm driving up, I listen to my music. I'm having nobody fear, nobody nagging or saying, oh, turn on the music, oh, whatever. You know what I mean? So be in that space if you're not able to, and practice, even go to the movies alone. I go to the comedy clubs alone sometimes. I go, sometimes I wish I had somebody to talk, but you know what? Every time I go anywhere, I always meet new people. I am always, but I know that's in my personality too. I know that, I understand that. So again, we're coming out of the shell. We're coming out of the storm where we're able to connect with one another and still honor the space that we can give ourselves, that when someone needs to heal, that they're not communicating, because there's times when you're just not going to have the communication, that you tune in and say, you know what, it's okay. I know that they're going through something and I'll give it time. That's the part of being conscious in your reality, knowing when it's time to let things happen the way it should be and not be in control of that with an individual, or it could be just an experience that you're anticipating. You're waiting on, an approval on something, and yes, it's anxious. You're waiting on a call back for that job, and and you're nervous. Well, what if I didn't hear from them? Be still and know who you are. Okay, be still and know who you are. So you can be in the relationships without others, without compromising yourself. And last but not least, I love myself and I love life. I love my life. Okay? So in other words, I can exit out of this now. So in other words, loving your life, even if your life is not looking the way you want it to look and all that stuff, I always know from what's shown to me from Spirit is the more you are in gratitude, the more you're in gratitude is the more you receive. The more you accept where you are at the moment, right? And you're in that space of gratitude, then what happens, it starts to expand. So I remember when I had a fire to my home, and Brandon, my dear sweet son, caused that fire, almost killed Charlize, because she was just a newborn infant. And it was my son Damon that saved her. I have to say, he saved her. And it was my mother's spirit that, because Damon was little, he was like 6, and he literally picked her up out of the thing when the fire was all around the playpen. It was like the burning bush type of story. She didn't have not one burn on her body. That's right, the same freestyle rapper, Charlize. She was a premature baby, and so I saw my mother's silhouette, because my mother is on the other side, of the veil, and I literally saw her use Damon's hand and pick up Charlie's, came, and then the whole bedroom was on fire. And so I remembered when that experience occurred, I had to go through a stage of, being in gratitude, because I had to end up staying back with my ex-husband, which I didn't want to do, but I was brought back there because I had to heal, because he had gotten a secret apartment and stuff like that, right? So And I say secret apartment because I didn't know, but I still found out anyway because I'm very in tune and blah blah blah. You know how that go, right? You know, right? So because I was in gratitude, because at least I had a roof over my head, and then by the time I moved and stuff like that, I stayed more in gratitude. And the room was so tiny and small. And so I heard Spirit say to me, the reason when you go through the experience of going through the small things is that sometimes your soul is getting you prepared for the bigger things in life. Okay, was everything perfect after that? No, but it was still a place where I was testing myself with my own inner strength as a woman, as a mother with children. Young, that time they were younger. I remember that time I lost like 25, 30 pounds because of stress. Running back and forth and all these things from the apartment to the house. Still parts of the house was still okay, and things there. But what it taught me, it was one of the worst experiences I had, was having a fire to the house. I can tell you that. But what it taught me was gratitude, the ability to let go and accept what is happening, and embrace how Spirit brings in the new for you. Okay, even if you don't know what it's going to look like in the end. So we're all in this space of newness. Okay, oops, I touched the thing. And that space of newness is where we are, what I spoke about in other lives with 0 point energy. So when you're in 0 point energy, that means you're starting from the beginning. You're starting from scratch. But you're starting from scratch where it's not the beginning, where there was just this complete void and there was nothing beforehand. This is where it's a void, but then there's still things that are existing from the previous realities. And so whatever it is that is unfolding and being created, because the creative energy is flowing through each and every one of us, especially women, through your womb space. Remember, I did put in the description, if you're interested in anything to do with womb detoxing. It's so important for every female that, even if they've never been in a relationship, because remember, relationships existed in past lives and past timelines where there was trauma, fear around your own body, fear about what your sexual energy means, because we know how much these distortions have occurred when it comes to what is that sexual energy, what does it mean for us in creation. So, and I'll go deeper in that again, on another video live. But what was important was for me to really cover what this timeline really means for each and every one of us. Okay, it may look differently, but it's still the same in the essence of what we're creating as far as New Earth, and getting prepared for what's coming, but not in fear of it. And preparation could mean, again, that you're starting your own gardening, that you get walkie-talkies, you still work through what you're bringing together in your own queen kingdom, right? That instead of focusing on just external information from everywhere, to focus more on the internal and your own reality of what is happening during this cycle for you. Okay, because the reason I say that, they're saying, is because you don't want to miss the mark. Remember, they talk about in Aramaic missing the mark, because a lot of times things went over our heads and we weren't taking steps to certain things for our own protection. Because why? Because we got distracted. There's always distractions, from something or someone that is trying to keep us away from our abundance. Now, I don't want to put it only externally, because again, this is what part of ourselves and what we allowed. So key is to stay very centered on what is happening in your reality right now. And that when you hear that clarion call that's going on right now, because it's a clarion call as you as a chosen one, okay? And if you're a chosen one, it's not because someone tells you, because that's something that's received organically. If you think that you're going to have to rely on someone that in your close circle to also reflect the same thing as you, it's not going to happen, because many of us are in different regions on these lands. And so it's like, as we're connecting, it's interconnecting, just like the veins. Remember when I showed you the plant with the veins, and you look at the tree branches and everything that branches through each and every one of us, it goes in and out, in and out. And so the more you're centered on you and where you are in your power, and the next one is doing it, and the next one is doing it, this is how this new uh, grid is what you call it. It's invisible. You can't see it, but it is being created. It's a different type of womb energy because we're in this breaking point is like, think of a woman. If anyone here, if you have children or if you're a father, or maybe you're not a father, maybe you were a support for one of your relatives and you witness the birthing cycle of a woman and what it's like, and it's a process. And so it's like Mother Earth is going through her contractions. So as she's going through her contractions, she's giving birth in intervals with each and every one of us, okay? And so this is why you're going to receive your memo to what it is that you're doing. Because if you're placed somewhere in government, or you're placed in a school, or you're doing something from home where you're being guided to start a daycare, or you're being guided to start a farm, okay, you're being prepared through source in how everything's going to come through community. I know eventually someone's going to put together something where there will be modes of communication and the way how we'll be able to resource with one another, and we're detaching more from the system. We're not relying on the system. The more we're detaching from the system, and even if you're still attached to the system, it's okay, because it's all about your power. It's about your power. And so the more that you are aware, you know the system exists, and you're detaching and you're recreating your space with what is coming through. And because you're doing that, and I'm doing that, and the next one is doing that, that's where that they call it the whatever that theory is, 100 monkey theory, because each thing that's forming. And then let's not forget, the biggest game changer are the pairs, the twin pairs, the masculine, feminine, physical, okay? And when I say physical, I'm talking about because of the embodiment of those God codes. I call it God codes. And what's going to emit, it's like building blocks in different sections of these lands, these regions, okay? And it's almost like how it feels, it pulls in something like a vortex. So that's the reason why some things are going to be starting to sink under the sea, and then there's other things that's going to rise to the occasion, rise to the surface, okay? So and there's going to be more high heart feelings and energy that's going to be coming through, that's very strong and very powerful. Just let your body flow through it. When you are feeling these type of orgasmic type of feelings that are going to be coming in, they're not giving a timeline when, because I know what it feels like. It's that that's your signal. It's just like when a woman is ovulating and they say that's the time that she can conceive. They're showing it to me, it's something like that, which makes a lot of sense. It's like your body gets really hot. Like how many of you, even if you're a man, that you've been feeling so much heat coming through your body now and then? Like you could be just like out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden you just feel all this heat. So that's a lot of the pulsating on the planet too, what's coming through in terms of oh gosh, what do I call it? Like when you're giving birth, you also start to perspire. You do. Like when you're in the process of giving birth. And remember, each time you're having a contraction, because remember, you got to get to 10 centimeters before the baby can start coming out, right? And each contraction is when you push. So you think about Mother Gaia and yourself as that microcosmic aspect of the creator. And each moment that you're feeling that push, you're feeling what's that word? Like you're feeling something from your solar plexus, like a lot of solar plexus activity, and it feels like it's squeezing, that you're going through that contractual phase through the cosmic and the element of earthly mother. For real. This is real shit going on here. This is what's happening. Because everything that is on the physical aspect for us in this flesh and bone stuff, the same thing is happening with the earth, and the same thing that's happening cosmically, because the essence of the cosmic energies, it's already connecting on the earth, and it's the same thing with your higher self and how it's connecting to you. So you're going through these different levels of your own birthing cycle through the creator. And so as you're being pushed out and you're coming through whatever, how your higher self is connecting to you on the physical plane. And then what's happening is that so much stuff is culminating in your reality. So you're going to find yourself having multiple things happening all at once. Like, really. Because remember, even though they wrote it down that it took 7 days for creation, I really feel like it all happened in one day. I feel it all happened simultaneously. It wasn't cut down to 7 days. Oh, that was all man-made construct, okay? Because the power and the will of God creator is so magnanimous that it wasn't cut down to a timing of 7 days. It just happened boom in one time, like a like this. And that's why in your space you're gonna find how everything is just happening all at once, because it's like it's like spirit is giving birth to the source, is giving birth to me and to you. You know what I mean? And again, how your reality is going to show up with this rebirthing of who you are, how it shows up is going to be different for you and different for me, but it's still something that's emitting that abundance and that joy. Okay? And how you're connecting in frequency to your wealth and your health. Okay? Very important, because wealth, the true spiritual currency, you are the currency, is health and wealth. Because if the eye is not well, what happens, huh? They said it becomes corrupt, and that means your whole body is corrupted. That means something is not meshing any longer because of that corruption energy that's within you. And again, corruption energy could be something you heard, something you ate, something you took into your space, and you start to feel terrible, you start to feel, and then it's just having to process through that. Okay, so again, be aware, be like focus more than anything spirit says on your current reality every day. What am I seeing here? What am I experiencing here? What's happening? Because just like how I felt and knew that whatever information I was hearing coming through from someone that I follow them on Instagram, and they were saying certain things, and I was like, I'm not gonna take that in, because I know where my blessings are coming from. And all it does is just makes me more stronger in the choices that I make. You know, because if you allow yourself to throw out the whole entire bath with the baby and the water in it, then you may end up missing out again on what is for you and your blessings, because your blessings may not be the same with somebody else's blessings. Okay, because it was meant to be for you. It was meant to, I gave you a true story about the cards. It wasn't anyone that came up to me physically and said, Sharon, go get the cards, go get. Nope, that was straight up spirit saying, go get those dog cards, because you know the things that we think, what we think we know may not necessarily be that. So that's why we can't allow ourselves to get in the way of the connection. That's the connection. Because if you're not able to connect yourself to what source is trying to give to you, then how are you going to connect to your twin in what he or she is trying to convey to you as well? You know what I mean? To get in the practice of how you communicate, how is the communication coming across to you, your receptivity, how you give it as well. You know what I mean? That it's no more one than the other, that it's just like, I know now how to apply something to what I know based on my experience, and it is therefore giving me the wisdom so I can now apply myself with what I know. That is why you're here. Not everybody says it like that, because most people want to put it in a space of victim mode, this one against that one. You know, we're at war. You're really at war with yourself, because it is a spiritual warfare. This is spiritual warfare. But if you are really, really, really healing yourself, you will feel lighter by now. Okay? So I'm not saying if you're not working on yourself that you won't feel it either. It's just that it won't be going up and down and like this. It's going to feel more like it's evening itself out, like it's flowing. You know? That's it. It feels so good no matter what's happening. Like you could be hearing all the different news and this, and family said this and this one with that one, and you're like, okay, oh, you know, I'm in acceptance of the things that are occurring in my reality. You see how I went forward, and I'm gonna go the other way, because sometimes that's what the energy brings. It moves in different cycles. Anything that you try to bring it one way, it's somehow spirit is going to bring something to reality that's going to show you, oh, it's going to come back the other way too. So therefore, do not judge anything, no matter what. Boy, did I get that for myself plenty times. Okay, so that's one of the main things that spirit is emphasizing, is the word I want to use, emphasizing. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna pause this portion and I'm gonna call Charlize because she wanted to do something with the drum with me. So I said, okay, when the time comes. I find it to be extremely interesting at this time how we again break the cycles of things that we experience, because it has to do with the movement and the vibration of the earth that's connecting to us, because we're not separate from it, right? So anyway, the drum that I played the last time, right, is 20 inches, and it was made from buffalo. Okay, so I'm just gonna read to you, because I'm gonna read to you what it says as far as the description of it, because when I read it, I was like, oh my god, I have to share this with everyone, because whatever I was feeling when I was tapping into the drum, again, I felt like my body went back into a time as the shaman, and I felt myself having an out of body experience, and I felt like as if we were all like sitting somewhere and we were connecting to the earth, and it felt as if it was bringing that union, harmonious space. Okay, and that energy, which is what again what it represents for us in the center of Aquarius and the Leo vibration, because I honor you and you and you and you and you and you, everyone who's coming in and out. I honor all of you, and I'm grateful that we're able to come into this safe space. And you notice today, you hear my voice clearer, right? And there's no interference, and the live is still going on Instagram. You see? So, oh, do you hear that song? I don't know if you know that song by Shem. I'm not gonna play it too long because I don't want to block the thing. But this is Shense's song, The Sun Comes Up, and her album is Alpha Omega. No coincidence that it came out at this time this year. And she talks about just like the seed in the soil, right? The power you hold, you don't even know it. Knowing your purpose. And the sun is up right now, even though it's nighttime. Hold your head high. So up when the sun comes up, up when the sun comes up. You look dark when the sun comes up. Yes, you do. You look dark when the sun comes up. That's how you look at it. Sun comes up, we rise again. You know dark when the sun comes up. You know dark when the sun comes up. You see no dark when the sun comes up. We rise again. See your potential, even if you don't. Look at the mirror. You know one day, you know. And the time is now. Step into that greatness. Beautiful with your flaws. When the sun comes up, I see no dark. dark when the sun comes up. I see no light when the sun comes up. We rise again. I see no dark when the sun comes up. I see no dark when the sun comes up. And remember, you are the sun. That's right. And what I love about this track that she did is she had her son at the end. So this is the time to include your children with everything you do, because they hold that part of you together in that union space as well. They reflect the aspect of you even as much as your twin as well, okay? Don't hide anything from your children, what you're experiencing. Even if they're 5, they could be 6, they could be 7. Because I went through a process with my son, his wife, my grandchildren, everything. When I saw something that wasn't right, oh, we had a meeting. And we just, and Remy, he's 7. He knows what I'm talking about, because he was trying to push Akasha and don't want to have honor for her and thing, and that did not sit right with me. So I knew I had to correct those codes. I knew something was coming interdimensionally from him from before he incarnated, and he was supposed to, because that's the last part of that generation cycle of things that was left over. And so Akasha now, she's 5. She did not come in with none of that karmic. She's born on 11/22. Master numbers, okay? So, and they represent the part of me with the balance of masculine and feminine. So use, not in a negative way, your children as the tools and the mechanism, or even if it's not your own children, if you are interacting with children, because remember, the children itself represents that rebirth of you in what you can look at even greater on an external aspect, okay? And how you're bringing things into balance for yourself, okay? So anyway, I'm going to read the thing to do with the drum real quick. I'll be quick. Traditions worldwide honor the shamanic hoop or frame drum as an instrument to honor the heartbeat of the earth and the harmony of life, to gather the people, to invoke and to engage in qualities of spiritual knowing and integrity, to heal and to honor the cycles and unity of life. Okay? And that's what it says. That's the description, because anything else they were talking about, you know, how the drum was made and stuff like that, traditionally how it's made, and each drum itself holds a different vibration and how it comes across with the bass and the treble, which I didn't even know. So it's so beautiful, and it's also medicinal as well. So things that I know, I remember within myself as far as healing mechanisms in the past, I knew it was through sound. So that's why I know the last live I did, I was talking about sound healing and sound energy. Even if it's coming from you, even singing is sound energy and healing energy. There are times too on the new earth that we're going to sing with one another. I even suggested to someone who was experiencing strife with her relationship, and I said, well, why don't you sing to him and see how it's going to shift right away. She did it, and it shifted right away, because it wasn't attached to words that become heavy in feeling. It was more connecting to sound, tones, okay? And it was activating something, and it was transmuting anything that was heavy between the both of them, okay? So you think of a musical, when you watch a musical movie compared to if it was just words, it's a different feeling and experience, right? And that's because it is bringing something to the tones of the cosmic sense. Because remember, the Aquarius energy is galactic. It's everything that connects us cosmically with who we are, which is numbers, mathematics, sounds, okay, feelings, things that come through in tones also as well. And it's in decibels, and some of it is high and some of it is low, because that is the rhythm. That's the rhythm. Okay. That's the rhythm that we move through with it. And that's how it is. So anyway, I just wanted to share that part with you. And I'm just going to do another round of the drum with you. Now I'm going to call Charlize, and it's going to be loud. Okay. Charlize! Charlize! Come on. Come on down. See how big it is? I was like, oh my God, this is so big. Yeah, I got the case for it because I wanted to protect it. And I'm so grateful for all of our ancestors coming through. You said you wanted to do the drum, right?
I thought you were joking.
I wasn't joking. Did you want to or you did?
I don't know what I'm doing now.
Mm.
I just came from eating ice cream. I mean,
That's nice. You hear her? So you want to do it or what?
I want to like hit it once.
Okay, so she wants to hit it once. Wait, oh, sorry. I guess I'm wearing.
How do I do it? Like a regular.
Oh, you know what you do for me though? Before we do that, just do a little freestyle. Let me go use the bathroom real quick because I don't wanna have a full bladder when I do this. I wanna clear my vessel. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put on something so she could just do a
No,
little.
I'll beat the drum and do it.
No. Just do
mean,
this.
no,
No, bother with that.
Yes,
No bother with
yes.
that. No. Because that's a direct. No, not yet. Wait till I come back. Okay. Here goes.
Wait.
Calm down.
Oh, wait.
What?
Wait.
Here we go.
Go use the bathroom. I got this. Go use the bathroom.
Okay.
Empty out your bladder. Excuse me.
Okay.
Grazie.
I'll be right back.
What's going on? Yo, ignore my hair. I ain't doing my hair. This is... I am. Oh my God, it's like uneven. That's crazy. That's what happens when you lay down. One side is uneven than the other. Let's see. Let's see which B I sure up to. Is it on? I can't even tell. Man. Alright, hold on. That's why I just wanted to use the drum, because then... Alright. As a choice, and if you got a problem, know I'm making noise, loud as ever, better than better. Any endeavors that you got, you just know that I'm writing a letter, writing it off personally to you, still sign and deliver, just to tell you the truth. And I'm beating on the drum cause it sound real heat. I ain't even got speak, got all that power, all flames in that heat, all pure showers of the flames is coming down straight on you like that Armageddon. Ain't you ready for it? Now it's real heavy. Let me not light nothing on fire. Feel inspired. I ain't even running out of time. I ain't tired. Nah. Just had some ice cream too, and it tastes real delicious. Like ooh. In my tummy always feeling real funny, cause I'm lactose intolerant, but I ain't running to the toilet. No, I'm chilling. Bring it back, let's get it. Yeah. Stay strong, try to keep it balanced. Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Ayy, trapped in. I'm fasting. Ooh. And I'm sweating too, I hope it's really, no, it's not obvious. If you understand, I'm like autonomous. Optimistic, cause I like to have all my decisions under my belt. It's never changing, no. I'm staying with the waves, that's just how I roll. Tsunami overload, if you didn't see it. Yeah, I know, I'm just over-exceeding, overachieving. Have you ever heard that? That's the real nerve that I got in my bag, I ain't even got. Forget it, let me run it back, let me say something about God. That's all what I'm about. I got my praise all high in the sky. And I ain't stopping now. No apartheid could bring me down. No, I ain't going slow. I keep it like, oh, if you didn't see me, I'm 50. Oh, on the scoreboard. I'm throwing it like I'm on the boat, just skiing through the water. Yeah, I'm real nice, but I'm not agua. I am the earth, and I must be. That's the reason why I'm chilling in the sea. Stable as ever, I'll never change. Now I keeping it 100 if you got that. Statistics, I know if you like that, I can give it to you, but mathematics ain't my strong suit, so I gotta bring it back, bring it back. It ain't adding up. No flag. Why you acting like that? If it's red, it's a flag. If it's blue, I'm on you. Like I'm in the po running through with the 5-0, looking through, scrolling through. If they got a problem, you can talk to me one-on-one, and we can get this done now. Ay. Ice cream makes you tired, you know. It slows you, no, it increases your metabolism. Especially when you're lactose intolerant. It goes, you know what I'm saying? That's life. Can't drink milk on a regular day. Just gotta live with it. Mommy, I'm telling you, the beat goes with it, yo. I mean, the drum.
Okay, let's go. How many you did so far?
That's all my rhythms. 1. CC. Wait a minute. C'est la vie. Ben aquí. I said it backwards. Let me run around. Let me repeat. That's what I mean. On the O, I'm on the run. What you talking about like I'm Beyonce and Jay? We on the run. Bonnie and Clyde. We going for a second time on the road. For the show. Give me a second and I can head it to you. Spit it to you like you didn't know. What they say, it's a show. Ain't a show. Now this is real life, no reality it is. And I ain't talking about none of that shit that you looking at on the TV, MTV, ETV, entertainment. I tell a joke if you like it, I tell a joke to you. I talk it to you if you wanna hear it. I could act stupid on it too if I have to. All over the place like I'm dizzy. Okay, I'm getting busy on the beat though, and I ain't stopping. No hesitation, flow. I know you know that it's just happening like the water Niagara. If you want that, no causing disasters, cause I like to keep it stable. What I'm after is just another thing, not a bag. I'm talking about changing things up, that's a fact. And I need to add too many details, cause some of those hate to see you prevail. When you on the road and you in your golden shoes, tapping your feet, click clack, going home to you. I got a whole new thing that I'm bringing on now. And I told you once again, freestyling is wildin'. Off the top of my dome, something that I'm prone to do. I know that it's something that I'm on own to do. I wanna do something like owning my masters too. And I will even if I gotta. I ain't struggling, nah, you bugging. What you talking about, cousin? I thought that you understood this is what I'm running to. And I'm on the road like you saying what you talking about, you with same boat. And like I'm in the place and you didn't see me. You relating to me, please, I ain't. And I'm providing that major pain taste. If it's too much complication for you to understand, that's okay. You can take a stand and be the judge of what I'm bringing to you, but understand, this is my plan. Are you happy for me, Millie? Are you happy for me? Smile in my face, but are you happy for me? Yeah, I'm on the way. Are you happy for me? Hiya. Are you happy for me, Millie? Are you happy for me? Smile on my face, but are you happy for me? Yeah, I'm on the way. Are you happy for me? Hey. What's this for? Make some noise. Hey. All these vibrations coming through the soundboard. Mixing the mastering the whole thing you never heard. Going overboard, like I said, overserved you with that sushi rawness that you never knew it could be. Not distinguishing that fire, that heat, grown higher than you ever. What? Hiya.
Woo, fire. And her moon is in Aquarius, just so you know.
Yeah, my moon is in Aquarius and my...
Yeah. That's dope. That's what she wanted
running up to the sky, I'm levitating. I can see everything now. I got all the patience in the world just to hold down everybody when they lost their minds, and I gotta keep mine intertwined with my soul and my spirit that was meant to be. Never giving up, yes, I best believe in everybody else, but always the source in me, of course. Nothing has changed. I got this on the live. I tell them now, I got this on. I never stop, I never drop. I just keep on going. Yeah, I'm flying with my flock and I'm feeling high in the sky. Flying with the birds, the bees, and everything in between that I believe is with me. Of course, all the energy that I'm bringing. I can say many things, I can say many times, I can say in many ways that you really understand, but that's not my whole key. I just gotta show you ain't no beef when it comes to the real meat in between the sandwich that I'm bringing. I'm ain't singing, but I can sing it. Hey, if you like it in that vibration, I will bring it. Hey, okay. I gotta keep my thing. I gotta keep on saying. I gotta add my message if you like it. That's how I present it. Some easy cues, some will misuse it. The message they don't get, nah, they will get it once in a time, once in their life. If they ain't got it now, they will. Alright. Sorry, I just had a brain fart. Everything underneath, the between. Oh God, Jesus. I'm sorry. The ice cream's really coming to me now. I can't hide, revealing it now. The truth is amazing, and it will come out. No shadows or no harm against me. Nothing can bring me down, not to understand. I got this in my hand, whether it's tangible or it's physical, spiritual, everything that I got, I ain't never drop it. Like that. Right.
Alright. You done?
It's fun though.
Yes, it is. And if wherever you are, get up and stand up and let's walk and stomp in this energy and this vibration. Yes. We can combine things. Yes. Choose you. What a time to be here. Incarnated, yes. That's right, Jenna. 100%. Yes, we're coming with it. Yes. Don't you just love this flow?
Yeah, what you call it?
This is the flow.
Mama said you will sing about me. Mama said you will sing about me.
So I am so grateful for these moments where we have our time of connecting back to our feelings through our feet. Yes. Where we are in the music in our hearts and souls, okay? Keep the drum beating for yourself, wherever you are. Even though it may seem like as if we're bounded on earth, we are bounded on earth, but we're also free at the same time, because this is our freedom. So feel the music and the vibration of that freedom and how it pulsates through your body. Ground your feet nakedly. Put your feet naked on the ground, like naked, like totally naked because Dawn had sent me something to do with, you know, how this is the time for, which I know that already, grounding on the earth with your feet being naked. And when I say your feet being naked, no socks or anything like that, because when shoes was created, that means it was something to cut us off again. Everything or anything to cut us off from source or cut us off from our true connection. Okay? So think of a way of what you can do tomorrow or whenever you find that time to just place your feet on the ground. On the ground. Okay? Clean, of course. And as you feel it, it's going to start to pulsate through parts of your body, going from head to toe. Hug a tree. Hug a tree. The tree is also there to help you to process as well. Okay? The tree itself, and if you feel like you need to reverse something around you, like you're feeling heaviness around you, everything like that, what you can do is walk around the tree, right, like in a clockwise sense, and then go back counterclockwise, as if you're reversing something in your life or something that you feel it's time for it to leave your energy field. And so you can do that by just hugging the tree, but don't do it with a tree that's in your yard. Like go someplace further out, if anything, and do it with a tree that's not near where you live, okay? So that's the best thing that you can do for yourself. All right, that's a little tidbit for now. So I'm just gonna do one more beat of the drum in its traditional sense, and then I shall say Cheerios. So let's just get centered. Also in the quiet, some kind of quiet, as you can, if you can hear the crickets in the background, the crickets are making themselves known, and I'm gonna just bring in the vibes of what is going to come through. It's a different beat, it's a different feeling, it's a different aspect, because the soul chooses to experience different corner points of where it desires to experience. And just breathe in, inhale, and exhale. And inhale, and exhale. Inhale, and exhale. Feet on the ground. So here goes. feeling right now? I want to hear from the 10 that is left on here. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Just give me one word to how you're feeling right now in this time. It is 1:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yes. Relaxed. Yes, I feel it too. I feel relaxed. I feel, you know what, too? The energy that was on my shoulders, like I could feel that releasing off of me, because I know it goes back to times of carrying burdens of responsibilities. And I also feel it connecting to my twin as well, with whatever burdens he has carried himself, and how we aligned with working and working and working, you know. So this is the time that I acknowledge myself in my own freedom and my own power, and how good it feels. So how good it feels to feel love for no specific reason, and non-attachment to everything that has kept us burdened and heavy, what was created by those energies that wanted to throw us off to work and to separate ourselves from our true beloveds, you know, because you are the beloved, I'm the beloved, your close family, we are the beloveds, we are the beloveds, see? And we're giving ourselves permission to bring back that flow of the divine sacred family. Does not necessarily mean it's connected by blood. Our soul family, the tribe, is here. Anyone else that is connecting, whether it's now, before, in the future, we're all connecting to the true tribe. The Lions of Judah. So oh my God. And it's your ancestors too that are connecting to me. So I'm just letting you know it's a whole like piles of energy. Feeling some animals coming through as well, thanking us for being on here this time, because they're also going through their own processing. When I say all the animals, like all of them, that they're feeling the energy of the things that they've had to also release, feelings of being able to trust again. Some of them are remembering their soul agreements just like we do. And we are ending a lot of these contracts of obligations and the need to survive. And we're able to thrive through source. Through source. And peace is now restored to all the lands. Grateful for all those who are able to continue to move through the transgressions that have kept us apart from one another. We're pulling out everything that has been dark within us. Anything that has tricked us, manipulated us, it is no longer able to withstand on this frequency. Instagram live is finally shutting off, I think, because it's almost near 4 hours. I am so grateful for each and every one of us on here. Bit by bit by bit. So as I had stated in the previous live, that be I will be trying to come on more often, and what I'll be able to do is to do like little 3 question, stuff for anyone that would like to get more clarity. You are new to my channel, you can look in the description box of where I have a lot of information where you can get me on YouTube, Instagram, and also my website. I do spiritual readings that are based on me reading energy. So I'm an energy reader. I read the energy first, and also I'm a medium, so it's not even just what I do reading for you, but everything that is necessary to bring clarity for you. So I'm going to get to the point, of course, where I'm still trying to organize myself, with Patreon. I do have the Patreon account, and a lot of times what I would do is share more private stuff like dreams and stuff that it's not just involving me, but the collective energy. When I say collective, please know I'm talking about those that are on the wave. Those on the wave, okay? And because sometimes, again, when I get the downloads and information, it's not necessarily because you're looking for validation, but sometimes it's just something that maybe it will bring something more that you're going to connect to in terms of what. Because a lot of times there are people that say, oh my God, I had the same dream, or I had the same thing that happened through me. So do know at this time that so much of this union energy is happening through us. And I will go into a much more in-depth as far as how it's looking for twins. So I know I kind of did on the surface, because I think more that they wanted me to focus on what things are flowing through right now in the moon, with the full moon in Aquarius. So because there's a lot of things that's also happening with Juno. I believe Juno is in retrograde in Pisces, which definitely involves a lot of karmic relationships that are coming to more endings, and how things are coming more into clarity for the sacred masculine. And I choose to say the word sacred because it is a sacred path. And as far as the masculine energy, I know that there is, it was shown to me again, because I did a reading on someone and spirit was showing it to me in a collective sense, is being able to connect the dots, being able to connect what is happening in your external life, and that anything that was more of a focus on the physical realm, that you're also being in a position to apply it into the spiritual realm, because that's what the alchemical marriage is the physical and the spiritual coming together. The feminine energy brings it down, and the masculine energy brings it up, and is halfway in the middle with all of this. So that's just on the surface with that, okay? So, and if you feel it in your heart with whatever you heard today, that if someone can benefit from the information that flowed through me, that's what it is happening, flow through me. Please share and like, and let's get going with how we're rebuilding ourselves and our lives one step at a time, faster and faster and faster, because it's like a speed of light, and that's who we are in action right now. And if you find it in your heart to donate, feel free to donate. I left my, oh gosh, I'm trying to remember the names. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of that information is in the description. I hope Charlize will put it in there, but if she didn't, I will put it in there afterwards. And until next time, I am looking forward to when we connect again. Please remember to love yourself so much, to the point where it's with you always, and you knowing that you don't have to search to find out if you're in love with life tomorrow, that no matter what's happening in front of you, that your existence matters, and that love is you always till the end and the beginning of time. And so it is. I love you all. Peace be with you. Thank you for joining myself and Charlize and how we go about how we do things. Is everything you see is natural and authentic and real. Love you. Peace. Peace.